welcome to a new video. Today we've got myself and we've got Mason.
Green Hill's looking a lot more like sus right about now.
I'm sending you to the pit, and what was that?
That was the, I don't think I had it loud enough. That was the Among Us imposter sound effect bass boosted with the troll face. But I think I had it too quiet, so it didn't quite pick up on the mic.
It sounded like a dog.
Yeah, it
like
does
a
kinda,
dog
yeah.
yapping down the mic.
Yeah. Well, hopefully my dogs don't do that.
Yeah. Anyway, today we're going to be doing something a little different. Because today we're going to be ranking almost, well, not even almost, a significant portion of all Sonic the Hedgehog media.
Yes,
like, full stop.
This did, eagle-eared listeners and viewers may have picked up on my allusions to the fact that we might be doing something Sonic-related in recent videos. It was originally just going to be a game tier list, but Alex has extended the tier list.
I went silly with it.
He's gone even further beyond. He's extended it to cartoons,
Comics,
movies and comics, and even some games that you probably wouldn't expect on a tier list like this.
There are some things, of course, that aren't on this list. The manga, the various mangas, actually, because there are multiple manga series.
Is the Sonic Bible on this list?
The Sonic Bible is also not on this list. However, the
Dang it.
Fleetway comic does follow it relatively closely, so you could say it is. The books are not on this list because there are multiple like kids adventure books.
That's a shame. I was gonna rank my
Sonic.
Find Sonic book that I got at like age 8 at a Scholastic book fair, where it's literally it's not even like
I also have that book. Yes,
it's brilliant. And it was from when Generations came out, so it's got all the like Generations locations in the background.
Objectively, like the worst version of like Where's Wally, because it's like, oh, there he is. He's just there. You can just see him.
Yeah, and they didn't. It's not like they made unique illustrations for each page. It was literally just background, character renders,
a background,
control
and then a
paste.
fuck ton of renders just pasted on the page. I'd be putting that shit in D tier, minimum D tier,
D tier for nostalgia.
or like maximum. Sorry, D tier, probably E. It's just shit.
But yes, we should explain the rules of the tier list. You just
Yes.
told me them, but the audience needs to know them too. And I will take a drink of water while you do.
Indeed, you take Big Sippy, I will monologue. So, as you can see, we have 8 tiers here. We have Peak, S, A, B, C, D, E, and Dumb Stinky Doo-Doo Fart tier. So, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be ranking all of these between S and E, and then at the end we will pick one especially high, ranked S tier, and slap it in Peak tier, and an especially low ranked E tier, and slap it in Dumb Stinky Doo-Doo Fart tier.
Leave in the comments now, what do you think will end up in Peak? What do you think will end up in Dumb Stinky Doo-Doo Fart tier? And at the end of the video, like, reply to your own comment and say, I was right, or I was very wrong, because it's probably going to be the latter.
Yes.
Now, I have not consumed every morsel of Sonic media. I've done a fair bit, and I'm trying to shore up my blind spots, but there is a lot on this tier list that I have no like personal experience with, so my input will be minimal. Alex, on the other hand, is something of a Sonic connoisseur.
I'm something of an aficionado, one might say.
So
on this blue little fucking rat.
He'll definitely be doing the brunt of the judgment. But there will
be pointers, there will be bits here and there where there are strong opinions.
Yeah, there are 1 or 2 things on this tier list that I have a fair bit to say about, and you might be surprised what they are. So this is gonna take a while, but settle in for the long haul.
Additionally, with almost every single game before Rush, I have beaten all of them Because last January, I attempted to play through every single Sonic game within the month. And then I hit Rush, and I have some things to say about Rush.
Yeah.
Which, as you can probably guess by the fact that I stopped the challenge I was doing there, you can probably guess I don't have much kind to say.
And you want to know what's funny?
I do have a lot kind to say, but I do have some very strong complaints.
You want to know what's funny? If you actually scroll down, you'll see that for some reason the tier maker arranged this in a schizophrenic way, and Rush is actually the very last thing.
Indeed.
So that's funny.
And that's why we're not going to be picking these out in the order that they are currently displayed. We are just going to be picking shit out. For example, let's start with Sonic 1. We'll put everything in C tier while we decide, and then we'll just shuffle it to wherever it's
just so that we can see it.
Just so that we can see it and go, yeah, there it is. Sonic 1, however, I think we will leave in C tier as it's a good benchmark. It's the first game. No spin dash.
No spin dash.
Unless you're playing Sonic Genesis, in which case, please, for your own sake, stop playing Sonic Genesis.
Oh god, is Sonic Genesis on this list?
I am begging you. No, I did not put Sonic Genesis on this list.
You know what?
It's just Sonic 1, but worse in every conceivable way.
If Sonic Genesis was on this list, I think I unironically would put that in the dumb stinky doo-doo fart tier, because if you want to talk about the shoddiest, most like the biggest war crime in the entire franchise, it's that. Like, I would say even more so than 06 or Boom. Or some other things that I have strong opinions
Genuinely, people talk about Sonic 06 as the biggest travesty of the year 2006.
No.
I would disagree. I would say Sonic Genesis takes that title with Sonic 06 as a close second.
Yeah.
But I think Sonic 1, we'll put it in C tier, because
I've never particularly been in love with Sonic 1. And this is me coming in as a Mario fan. You want to talk about the year 1991. You've got your Super Mario World on your Super Nintendo. And then along comes Sega with their Sega Genesis and their Sonic the Hedgehog. And I think in America, getting the Genesis and Sonic 1 together was about $50 cheaper than Super Mario World and the SNES. I would say that's not a fair trade. Because if you're talking about sheer content, Super Mario World has nearly 100 levels. Sonic 1 has 20. You can speedrun Super Mario World and beat it.
4 of them are Labyrinth zones, so...
You can speedrun Mario World and beat it in like half an hour. You can play Sonic 1 normally and beat it in 20 minutes. And I think that speaks to like a big problem with the Sonic franchise, is that there's not a lot of lastability. A lot of Sonic games are actually pretty short.
I mean, to be fair, with Sonic, it is very much you are supposed to play this game over and over again and just get faster.
And the problem with that is that if the game isn't good the first time, you're not going to want to play it again.
Yeah. Again, Labyrinth Zone. Also Marble Zone.
Yeah, Marble Zone is the silent killer of Sonic 1. A lot of people rag on Labyrinth Zone, but I would say Marble Zone is the one who... Zone,
it's because they did not know quite yet how to deal with Sonic, so they just put random platformer tropes in. And, block-pushing puzzles aren't exactly conducive to a character whose nickname is the Blue Blur.
I would honestly say that Green Hill Zone is the only good zone in Sonic 1, because Spring Yard Zone has waiting on elevators and slope physics and the spinning spike balls. That's not very fun. And the bouncers.
I'd say Spring Yard is still pretty solid.
It's definitely above the average. Right. But Labyrinth Zone is
Starlight. I'd say Starlight is a pretty damn solid one as well.
Starlight has the fans and the bombs, which can be a bit annoying. Starlight isn't as bad. Starlight, I would say, is the second best.
I'd say Starlight is about as good as Green Hill. Scrap Brain.
Scrap Brain's made to be.
I want to jam a piece of scrap into my brain.
I can ironically appreciate Scrap Brain, because
and then there's the fact that okay.
And it pulls Labyrinth Zone Act 4 out of it.
Yeah, I was about to say Labyrinth Zone Act 4.
I think that's funny, but Marble Zone and Labyrinth Zone are two bullets in the body of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
That no doctor can remove.
No doctor can remove them.
So,
it's an unfortunate state of affairs.
I've never been particularly fond of Sonic 1, but I'm fine putting it in C tier because there's
See,
definitely
it's a
there's
good,
definitely
like,
things that
litmus
belong
test.
below it. Yes, I can concur.
So, SegaSonic the Hedgehog. This was an arcade game.
This is the
You play
trackball
with a
one, isn't it?
trackball. Yes, it's the
Yeah.
trackball one.
I have no idea. I know that for the longest time they've wanted to port this. I think they wanted to put this in the Gems collection, but they had no idea how to like translate the trackball into something that
The
works.
trackball was a killer for this one. It's unfortunate because I actually quite like it. I think it was relatively fun when I played it. And that's considering the fact that the controls were still a bit busted because I was emulating a trackball.
Yeah.
And even in spite of that, I'd say it's a decent B tier.
Yeah, it gave us Ray and Mighty, and hey, people like Ray and Mighty now. But
That it did.
that's more because of a different game, which we'll be talking about a fair bit later.
A fair bit later, indeed. Indeed. Next, let's go for Sonic Blast on the Game Gear.
I love that cover art. Okay, I haven't played any of the Game Gear games yet because they're all in they're all in DX and they're in the spread across the Mega and Gems collection. So eventually I will get around to them, but I haven't played them yet.
Indeed. Sonic Blast. It sucks. It's the worst. It's the worst Game Gear game.
Oh wow!
And like genuinely, it blows chunks because, like, I will be a Sonic Labyrinth defender. I am a Sonic Labyrinth defender. It's not meant to go fast.
Yes, it's a different take.
Like, it's a different type of game. You know, it's a different type of game. If you're going into it expecting to go fast, you are setting yourself up for disappointment.
I mean, it literally has the word labyrinth in the game. Any Sonic fan knows what that word means.
Yeah. Sonic Blast, though, it tries to be fast. It tries to be a fast-paced platformer. The problem is, it's slow as balls.
Yeah. You can't give it a
And the
name like Sonic
controls
Blast
suck.
and then be slow.
Yeah, it's less Sonic Blast, more Sonic very slow silent fart.
Jeez.
And that's why it goes in E tier.
Fair enough.
Next up, let's go with Sonic Eraser. Now Sonic Eraser is a relatively it's a relatively interesting one because it is a game that you would download off of the internet onto the Genesis. Like this was a old, like, because the Genesis had like an online, I don't remember what it was called, I think it was just called SegaNet or something.
Yeah. The Genesis had like 5 million gimmicks and they made a Sonic game for every one of them.
And Sonic Eraser was the one for SegaNet. It was a downloadable game. It was effectively like the kind of, it was the Genesis equivalent of the kind of like shovelware you download off of like XBLA.
Oh, right, okay.
It's just a block matching game.
All right, okay.
Type deal. D tier. It's shovelware.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's effectively,
Because whenever I hear the word Sonic Eraser, I literally just think of an eraser, but in the shape of Sonic. Like, you could use it to scrub out a mistake that you made on a piece of paper, which, you know, some of these Sonic games really are. So, I think it's funny that Sonic Eraser is going to be above all of the games that we would need a Sonic Eraser to erase.
Indeed. Quite a funny coincidence. Next, let's go for the first one on our list here. 3D Blast. Now listen, do you have any strong feelings, or feelings at all, on 3D Blast?
The only things I know about 3D Blast is that I know there's two versions. I know there's the Genesis version and the SatAM version, and I know that they have different soundtracks.
I've sort of bundled them in together here because some things I have included ports of, some things I haven't. I've only really included ports if the ports are very significantly
wildly different.
Yeah, very significantly different, or objectively worse versions of the game, and we'll get to that.
But
and
the only thing I know
what we mean by this.
The only thing I know a great deal about in regards to 3D Blast is the music. I know that there's two different soundtracks. And it's not the only Sonic game to be like that, which I'll have more to say about the other one that is the case with that.
Indeed.
I can't remember which version it is, but the special stage music, I think the SatAM version, special stage music, goes hard. And I know that
it does definitely go hard.
I know that some of the music in the Genesis version.
Play it in the background right now.
Oh yeah, sure. I know that some. Yeah, I know. You were talking. Yeah, you were talking to your editor self. I know that some of the music from the Genesis version was like incorporated into the soundtrack of Adventure 1. Like Windy Valley Zone is literally just Green Grove Zone, and the like racing, the like Twinkle Coaster music is also from 3D Blast, with a little bit of incorporation of Sonic's theme, which I noticed. But that's literally all I know. I know it's a very it's the game that Bubsy 3D would idolize in terms of design and visual style.
That is the worst insult I have ever heard levied at Sonic 3D Blast.
Yeah, that's probably undeserved, but that was more because it looks like a chessboard with a little bit of foliage.
I get that, but like, Jesus Christ,
but
man, you did not need to go for the nuclear option.
Far be that from how I feel about Sonic 3D Blast, which is neutral.
Yeah, I would say I played it. It was relatively alright. I wouldn't say it wasn't like a knockout of the park.
No, it was kind of an experiment with what Sonic could be in 3D, I guess.
It's neat.
And a lot of Sonic games feel like that, so I can give 3D Blast the credit for actually being the first one.
It could certainly have been better, but I wouldn't say it was like a really bad time. You know, it was just there. Next, fuck it. Let's go for Sonic 1 Game Gear. I think this was Sonic 1 Game Gear.
Just looking at all these beautiful box arts and seeing which ones I actually recognise.
Yeah, deal with it later. Sonic 1 on Game Gear. Now,
again, I don't know much about the Game Gear games, but I've heard that Sonic 1 on Game Gear is probably the best of them. I don't know if there's any truth to that statement. That's just what I've heard.
I would argue it. I would argue the toss on that one. But I do think that, unfortunately enough for Sonic 1 Genesis, I think the 8-bit version is a little bit better.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like B tier better.
No.
But I think it's a bit better.
Are we ranking these within the tiers as well?
I'd say to an extent.
Okay.
To an extent. If it's just like, I think this game is better than that game, we'll put it higher up, but like, other than that, other than when specified,
yeah,
I won't be ranking them relatively.
So don't lose sleep over the fact that it looks like we've ranked SegaSonic over 3D Blast.
Yeah. I hope you're not invested in that specific
unless we specify
bit.
that one game within a tier is better than another game within the tier. It's just general. Like we could have done an entire ranking of all the games, but it would have been 100 times as long. So just take a tier list instead.
Just deal with it. We'll just deal with it. Just shut the fuck. Shut the fuck. Anyway, so yeah, that's that. Next, you know what? Next, Sonic the Fighters.
Oh.
Sonic the Fighters. Sounds like you've got something of an opinion on Sonic.
No, not really. Honestly, I'm more interested to hear what you think about it, because people have kind of come around on this game. People used to despise Sonic the Fighters, but now it's got a bit of a cult following.
I personally am rather fond of Sonic the Fighters. I wouldn't say it's like one of my favourite games, but I would by no means say it was bad, or even like meh. I'd say Sonic the Fighters, it's a good time. I'm not very good at fighting games, if I'm honest, but Sonic the Fight, it's fun. It's relatively fun.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it... It's pretty fun. I'm going to put it in A tier. Sonic the Fighters is our first A tier in this disorganized mess masquerading as a tier list.
Yeah. I like the Death Egg's Eye, I think it's called, the music for that stage.
That is a very fun.
Another banger.
The fight with Metal Sonic, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is, I do like, it is good. Also, I got a soft spot for fucking Bean a little bit.
Bark Bean and
they're fun. Also, Honey the Cat, the hidden.
Yeah, I like Honey the Cat.
Xbox
I think that's
version.
funny. I like how I like how she returned.
I like how she returned.
Yeah, she crawled her way out of development hell.
Out of the pits of development hell. Next up, you know what? Let's go for a cartoon. SatAM. I believe that's SatAM. Yeah, there's Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. So, SatAM. I think SatAM. It's a pretty decent show.
Yeah, that's what I've seen
of the classic
bits and pieces
Sonic
of the show.
Cartoons.
I think SatAM is the only.
I think it's in competition for the best.
Yeah, I think SatAM is the only
Adventures.
one that I've seen like nothing of. I've seen bits and pieces of the others, and I've seen more significant bits and pieces of some of them in particular. But I think SatAM is the only one that I've had like no experience with whatsoever.
I've seen bits and pieces here and there, and it's pretty good. It's decently well written. The characters are pretty fun. Obviously, it has some duds, but every show has some duds.
I hear that the ending isn't very good though.
It's because they were planning to make more of the show, and then they didn't.
Yeah, that's always a shame.
So I'm gonna rank SatAM in B tier. Now what? It's a low A.
Yeah,
low
for that theme song.
The theme song is fucking quality. Next up, let's grab Sonic 2.
Okay, Sonic 2 is better than Sonic 1. Let's just start with that.
I'm already just. It's an A tier.
Yeah,
Sonic 2 is an A tier.
Sonic 2 is more consistently good than Sonic 1 as well. I would say that only when we get to about Oil Ocean do things get a bit iffy.
Yeah, true.
Metropolis Zone is designed to be BS. Sky Chase is cool, I guess, but it's kind of boring. Wing Fortress is a bit
cool,
bullshit.
But a little
and then the Death Egg is just mean.
The Death Egg is just you thought. You mad.
And if you want to 100% this game and get all the Chaos Emeralds, don't play in Sonic and Tails mode. Play as Sonic alone, because if you play with Tails, he will ruin your life. He's great for boss fights, not good for Chaos Emeralds.
I honestly find that, quite honestly, the Tails slander when it comes to Sonic 2 in special stages, he does fuck you over sometimes.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's very much like it happens in edge cases, but it's so frustrating when you hit that edge case that you just go, fuck you, Tails, you stupid fucking 8-year-old.
Reaction,
You stupid fucking child, I'll skin you for a rug.
But I like Tails. I think he's a good character,
Yeah,
especially post Frontiers. Frontiers did a lot of work for Tails. And a lot of damage control for Tails.
Honestly, pre-Colours and post-Front, just everything outside of the Colours to
of the meta
era. Oh, the meta
We'll get there. I like Tails. I like the spin dash. I like the music. I like I like how there are more locations, and the trade-off is that we spend a bit less time in those locations. I'm fine with that.
I think the 2-act structure is. I mean, there's a reason they went with it going forward, you know?
And I think Sonic 2 has more of an understanding of what Sonic is all about, whereas Sonic 1 was kind of threw a lot at the wall to see what sticks. And
definitely.
People criticize Sega for bringing back Green Hill Zone and Chemical Plant Zone all the time, but they do it because it works, and they want to figure out how and why it works.
Sega
and I can respect
to a certain
that.
extent, do not know how the fuck Sonic is popular.
Yeah.
To an extent, they still do not get it at all.
They're like, hey, Green Hill Zone, right? You guys like Green Hill Zone? Well, here's Green Hill Zone and all this other stuff, and if the other stuff is as good as Green Hill Zone, just let us know, okay?
Green Hill.
Green Hill Zone is like It's like the placebo. Maybe not placebo is the right word, but it's like the control in their experiments.
The please, I'm begging you. Let
it's like,
us know
we've got
how
Green
this
Hill, right?
works.
They even put Green Hill in good Sonic games. Your reward for 100%ing Sonic Adventure 2 is Green Hill.
We'll get to all that, but I will say before we move on, Sonic 2 does also have a pretty fascinating beta. I do like looking into like the development of certain games, particularly lost features.
Oh yeah, what's the missing stage from 2 called? It's not hidden. Is it Hidden Palace?
There's so many.
I know there's multiple, but there was one that ended up in like a mobile version as like a full stage.
Hidden Palace Zone, and then the ones that there's Hidden Palace Zone, and then the ones that didn't come back. There was like Dust Hill Zone.
Yeah.
There was like
wasn't it like Genocide City Zone, which eventually became like Metropolis or something?
Yeah, that was what became Metropolis at 3. But to be fair to them, if you like Cybershow made a point like that about this, and it's like, yeah, you might think that Sega were a bit stupid for going, yeah, let's call our stage Genocide City, but they called it that in English in the Japanese version. Like the word genocide sounded out in Japanese. Like if you heard the Japanese word for genocide contextless and you thought it sounded cool, that doesn't exactly have any implications on your intelligence. It just means you didn't have the knowledge.
Yeah. Like, we know that Sonic occasionally says very interesting things in English to young Japanese children, so hearing the word genocide is certainly not out of the ballpark.
Play the clip.
Shit! Hi!
you know.
Play the clip.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, it is. But also, yeah, there was like Wood Zone, like the game, Sonic 2 and the game we're about to talk about in a minute, were originally one game. So the time travel mechanics, you've already figured out what it is.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Time travel mechanics were a part of Sonic 2 originally.
Oh, that's cool.
Wood Zone was past Metropolis.
Oh, very interesting.
And I think Dust Hill might have been like Dust Hill might have ended up being like a future Emerald Hill.
Or it might have been, I was going to say a past Oil Ocean.
Might have been as well, maybe.
Because it's like, desert and then
oil
strike
fields,
oil, yeah.
Desert to oil
I know that Sonic CD also
Sega would have been real
had
for that one. Sega would have been kind of real for that one. Like, hey, Americans, see this desert? Guess what it is in the present?
Sonic CD also had a cut level. I think it was going to be the second one. Is it like Regal Ruin? No, not Regal Ruin.
Yeah,
that's Sonic. That's Sonic R. That's Regal Ruin.
I don't remember what it was actually called.
But it was something of that ilk. Right.
Yeah, it was sort of nicknamed R2 because all of the levels are R1, R3, 4,
They called them
5,
rounds for some reason.
Zones
or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, I have a thing or two to say about Sonic CD.
CD, yes. I'll hear what you have to say out first.
Because I've played a bit of CD thanks to Gem's collection.
I also have cookies here as well. I'll just
nice. Yeah, have a cookie.
preface.
Right. Sonic CD is one of my favourite Sonic games in theory. I love a lot of things that this game tries to do. It gives us Amy, it gives us Metal Sonic, brilliant characters. I like the idea of Little Planet. I like how the world is more connected, which is something that goes forward into other Sonic games. I love the concept of the time travel. I love the past, present, good and bad future zones. And I like the interplay with them, where in theory you would go to the past version, fix the problem in the past, then come back and see that it's like had an effect, even though you don't actually have to do that. You can just collect the time stones and still 100% complete the game. It's a bit aimless in that category. I love the soundtrack. It's beautiful, it's rich. I love how it uses the sound chip for the past versions, and the US version of the soundtrack is okay too. I like the Japanese one more. Although I do have to give a shout out. I think his name is King Meteor Studios. Recently made fan versions of what he would expect the past versions of the US soundtracks to sound like, and they're all absolutely great. I think that's what it was called. I only listened to them the other day. So definitely check those out if you want a more enriching soundtrack experience. But the music's fantastic. But the biggest problem with Sonic CD is the game design is garbage.
Oh yeah.
The level design is absolutely atrocious. It is
100%.
aimless. It is filled with just bullshit that you cannot see coming.
I walk into Wacky Workbench Zone and
Yeah.
I want to beat myself to death with a wrench.
You want to whack yourself over the head.
Honestly, I'd rather whack my nuts with a wrench than go to Wacky Workbench again. It's so bad.
And there are the open areas where you can literally just run and clear the level no problem, which speaks to like a lack of faith on the developer's part. Especially when it comes to how you travel through time using the signs and running, and they put the spring areas in there because there's nowhere in the level to do it naturally. And like the game is just so aimless, like it's difficult to tell what you need to do. Like you can just run to the right and beat the game, but you won't 100% complete it. You can get all the time zones and complete the game, but then why are the path generators there? Why are the robot generators and the Metal Sonic images there when you can still just use the time zones to win the game? What's the point of the good and bad futures if you don't have any motivation to like explore them? Like
to a certain extent, when it comes to Sonic CD, I feel like the people who came up with the idea to make Sonic CD walked into like the writer's room, wrote down time travel ? On the board, and nobody bothered erasing it. And so they just had to make the entire game around it, and then made redundancies upon redundancies upon redundancies to make it so that the game wasn't like an unwinnable mess.
Because Sonic CD was created by the character designer for Sonic, not created by the actual game creator for Sonic 1 and 2. It was created by the character designer. So that's why the game is beautiful and sounds beautiful.
And plays like shit.
It plays like shit.
It plays like shit. The spin dash is
the freaking like super loop or whatever the hell it's called, which is
super peel
out.
The peel out, I think
it's just worse than the spin dash in every way.
In concept, the peel out is amazing.
It's cool, but it's
practice,
worthless.
The peel out sucks dick and balls, and it's not in a fun way.
It gives you even less control, with the trade-off of being vulnerable.
Yeah. All it is a cool extra animation, really, and it's
like I say,
it's a great animation. I love the peel out animation.
I cannot understate how beautiful Sonic CD is,
but
it is an astonishingly beautiful game with a fantastic soundtrack. And I know I took a jab at the US version. I do think the Japanese version is superior, but the US version is still fine.
US version is still pretty decent.
I do prefer Sonic Boom to either of the Japanese songs.
Definitely. I would agree with you there. I will say, for what good the game has, characters like Amy, Metal Sonic, the music, the way the game looks.
And I mean, Stardust Speedway is fine. Like, that's the only level in the game that's like, okay. And then, like, Metallic Madness is also kind of okay, in theory.
Yeah.
But the rest
Weirdly,
of the game
the
is
last
just...
couple of levels in the game are the better ones. Like,
but then...
Plum Tree Panic is like third place.
And every single boss fight in the game is an absolute joke.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, the only
Except again, for Metal Sonic.
Yeah, the only boss I ever actually had trouble with at any point in my life in CD was the second boss, and that's because I was 8 and couldn't get a hang of the pinball controls. And that's it. That is the only place. But I will say, for what good the game has in it, I won't let it go to E tier.
No. But I think
the bad it has to go below Sonic 1.
Yeah, I think D is
fair. It's very
fair.
much like, I think, with the way it plays, it's like they didn't recognize what problems Sonic 1 had and doubled down on them. With the sole exception of block-pushing puzzles.
Yeah,
that's it.
But they replace those block-pushing puzzles with everything is moving. You've got moving floors in Quartz Quadrant. You've got the bouncing floor and the electric shit in Wacky Workbench. It's just like, it's just relentless. Sonic CD just does not give you a moment to breathe.
Yeah, it's less than fun.
It's literally wide open spaces with nothing in them. There is no, the only happy medium is Stardust Speedway.
Yeah, like fucking Collision Chaos. Here's an entire
I mean, the fucking name of the level tells you everything you need to know. Yeah,
like Collision Chaos, but here's like a multiple screen wide section where it's just a bunch of upward facing springs and nothing else.
Yeah.
And you just sort of bounce across them a bit. And it's like, why did you put this here? Did you genuinely run out of ideas?
Yeah. It's like a bad Geometry Dash level.
It's like a Geometry Dash level that the creator fucking couldn't be bothered to finish.
No, I'm talking about like fan created levels.
Yeah, again, couldn't be bothered to fucking finish it. And so they just sort of put object there, that'll do. Level.
Put in a secret way and just verify the level that way. And upload it. Yahoo! My level is out there for the world to see.
Whoopee.
Meanwhile, here I am painstakingly struggling to create a Geometry Dash level in the desperate hopes that it will get verified and star rated and whatnot.
It'll be desperate hopes that somebody will be like, yeah, this level is good. Next up, let's go for a silly one. Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this was the very first appearance of Sonic the Hedgehog.
No, that was in...
No, I'm conflating it with something else. It was in another like driving game where he makes a cameo.
Yeah, it was like a fucking wing mirror decoration thing. Or like, no, the fucking center mirror decoration thing.
Yeah.
No, Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car is a little like arcade game where Sonic is a cop and just chases down Eggman on a long road.
So basically, this is the sequel to the Sonic movies. Eggman brutally murders the Donut Lord, and Sonic takes his place.
Yes. So Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car is the darkest timeline of the movieverse.
It's like the bad future of the movieverse.
Yeah.
God, the Sonic timeline is just...
Damn. Yeah.
It's even more complex than the Zelda timeline.
Can't wait for Sonic basketball timeline.
Oh yeah, nice reference.
But yeah, but anyway, yeah, I think we'll leave Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car in C tier because it's like, yeah, this game exists.
The C stands for the C in ACAB.
True.
No, it's ASCAB. All Sonic cops are bastards.
I relate to Eggman in Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car. Fuck the man. Next, let's go for Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine.
It gave us a good boss fight in Sonic Mania.
True. Now, I suck shit at Puyo Puyo.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Which is what this is. It's just that. Anyone who was watching me at the time doing the Sonic playthrough thing will know. I got about halfway through the game, but I was about to pop a fucking blood vessel if I tried any harder.
Yeah, sadly, I was only able to tune in for a little bit of the Sonic marathon because I was doing exams at the time, and a lot of good that did me. Honestly, I would have rather spent the entire time in the call with you because it probably would have made about as much difference as my educational trajectory.
Damn. Damn, something.
But that's we don't need to talk about that. Let's talk about the
that's a topic. That's a topic for another ramble, another rant.
That's a topic for a therapist.
Mean Bean Machine. I'm gonna put it in B because the character designs are fun and it's fun to see like scratch and ground.
Yeah, I always did like how it was more themed around the the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon and stuff like that.
Hence, even the design that Robotnik has on the US box art.
And they make a lot of references to it as well. I mean, there's references to it in Sonic Dimensions, in Lego Dimensions. There's reference to it in the movies.
True. But, well, maybe because people, keep making fucking memes about it. But anyway.
Dr. Robotnik's meme beam machine.
Yes, true. However, I will not put it any higher because, again, it nearly gave me a fucking, heart attack.
Yeah.
From sheer mental and emotional strain.
You just need to grind out the boss fight in Mania. And then you can play it.
For personal reasons, B tier.
Fair enough.
Next up, let's go for Sonic's Schoolhouse.
Oh.
Now, Mason, what have you learned and or absorbed about Sonic Schoolhouse?
I've learned that Sonic Schoolhouse is nightmare fuel.
It is sometimes, honestly. But I think, as an educational game, I don't think it's too terrible.
Sonic's
honestly.
basics.
I think... It is very Baldi's Basics, if I'm honest. This
is probably what inspired Baldi's Basics.
It is very much what Baldi's Basics' look was based on. Is this kind of
Baldi's based
of educational game. I think though. See, I'm of two minds with Sonic Schoolhouse. Part of me wants to crank it up to B tier because it is actually it's not a terrible educational game. It could certainly have been worse.
If you compare it to the Mario educational games, it probably comes out on top.
I also want to slip it down to D tier for A, the nightmare fuel, and B, it really doesn't have a lot in it, honestly.
Yeah.
Even for educational games, it doesn't have a huge amount in it.
I think leaving it in C is fair enough.
I think we will leave it in C here.
Isn't that hilarious? Sonic Schoolhouse gets ranked in the same tier as the very first Sonic game ever released.
Sonic 1 and Waku Waku Skypatrol car as well.
C tier is going to be a lot of fun.
C tier is gonna be a smorgasbord, as one might say. Next, Knuckles in Sonic 2.
Now, I always thought this was very funny that you could put Knuckles in Sonic 2.
Yeah, Knuckles just back traces and it's just the Death Egg is back again.
Is Blue Sphere on this tier list?
I have not put Blue Sphere on this tier list.
Because I'm just going to say now, Blue Sphere, automatic S tier, if not peak. All my homies love Blue Sphere.
All my homies love Blue Sphere. However many million levels.
Everybody loves Blue Sphere.
Infinite replay value, Blue Sphere.
Yeah.
But Knuckles in Sonic 2.
I mean,
I think I'm gonna put it alongside Sonic.
I was gonna say, is it particularly better or worse than Sonic 2? It's just kind of like another way to play it.
It's just kind of different. I think
it's fun that it exists.
Yeah, it's fun that it exists, and it is also a lot more work to beat the Death Egg robot.
Oh yeah.
Because you can't jump as high as Knuckles.
Ooh.
So you can't hit most of the weak spots. It's a rough time.
Yeah.
Next. Sonic and Knuckles on its own.
Now, if we're talking about Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 3, I would say that Sonic and Knuckles is definitely
let me just actually... Where is it? In here. There it is.
There we go.
We'll write these two at the same... And actually, you know what? Let me
just grab Sonic 3 and Knuckles while you're at it. Now then.
Let's rank all three of these at the same time.
The interesting case with these three is that I would say that the best of them is actually Sonic 3 on its own. And I think Sonic 3 deserves to go into S. Because I would say, of the classic games, Sonic 3 has the best understanding of what Sonic is all about. Every stage in Sonic 3 is fun. Well, maybe not every stage.
Definitely.
Every stage is well designed.
I would actually say every stage.
You can criticize the barrel in Carnival Night. You can criticize
Marble
some
Garden.
Stuff
I
in
think
Launch
is
Base.
I think Marble Garden is my least favorite level from.
Yeah, it's definitely the most forgettable.
But it's still not bad. It's just kind of the least good one.
Yeah, and I know people rant about the barrel in Carnival Night, and some people aren't the biggest fan of Launch Base, but I feel like Sonic 3 had the best understanding of what Sonic was all about. It added nuance with the shields. It added Knuckles, which everybody likes Knuckles, and it has that cohesion that Sonic CD has in theory. At the end of each level, Sonic travels to the next one, and there's links between the levels. Eggman sets the forest on fire at the end of Angel Island, leading into Act 2. And then Knuckles breaks out the floor from beneath them, leading into Hydrocity. Hydrocity is a fantastic level, which perfectly understands what Sonic should do in regards to water levels. And I feel like quite a few levels in the future of...
what did you just call that level?
Sorry, is that the American pronunciation? Hydrocity? Hydrocity. I've never known how to pronounce it. I pronounced it Hydrocity.
Hydro City.
Because it's all one word. I used to pronounce it Hydrocity because I thought it sounded like velocity.
I can understand it, however...
Hydro City.
Fair enough. Hydro City. Hydro City is great, and it has amazing music. The music in Sonic 3 as well, brilliant.
Is good.
Now,
Yeah, definitely.
questionable how much influence Michael Jackson actually had over the music, because from what I understand...
Basically confirmed none.
The only song that he had, like, direct involvement with was the credits theme, and that's my least favourite song in the game.
How much involvement did Michael Jackson have with the music? Basically none. How much involvement did Brad Buxer have involved with the music? Quite a lot.
I think the saddest thing is that, like, Sonic Origins, like, doesn't use the music, and there's only one stage from Sonic 3 in Sonic Mania. Well, technically, there's also Angel Island Zone, but it's the only 2 levels where there was no input whatsoever, and that's a shame because we miss out on seeing more of these levels again. But even though it is, because it was obviously split in 2, it's a much shorter game than the 2 that came before. Or I suppose the 3 that came before if you count CD. But I think the nuance of the shields as well, it gives the game a bit more replayability, and it's fun the first time, so you'd be willing to replay it.
Definitely. I will say as well, Sonic 3 has another relatively interesting beta history, because for a long time people couldn't find any prototypes of Sonic 3.
Yeah.
None whatsoever. But a few years ago, I think it was 2020? It was either 2019 or 2020. Or maybe 21. Somebody found an old beta of Sonic 3. And you want to know what ability Sonic had available in this beta?
What did it have?
The drop dash.
Aha!
And this was it was either late 93 or early 94.
Yeah.
In the stage of development. And you want to know how much Christian Whitehead knew about this beta?
How much did you know?
Didn't know it existed. Pure coincidence. Pure coincidence that they struck upon the drop dash again.
Well, it's definitely a great move that's made its way into every Sonic game since Mania, so...
Well, it's a good move. I'll be real. Yeah. If you're going to have Sonic Spin, the drop dash is a damn good move.
It's very good. And I like how they even went back and added it into Frontiers. Oh, no, they added the spin dash to Frontiers. The drop dash was always in Frontiers.
Yeah. Next, let's go for Sonic and Knuckles here.
Now, Sonic and Knuckles is definitely worse than Sonic 3.
Peak of A. I'm going to say Sonic and Knuckles is top of A.
You're going to say peak of A? I was going to say that Sonic and Knuckles is worse than Sonic 2.
Really?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Mushroom Hill's great, but then you've got... what's after Mushroom Hill?
Sandopolis, I believe.
Block pushing, sand drainage puzzles, very slow shit. Oh, Flying Battery as well is very slow.
Yeah, no, sorry. Flying Battery.
Lava Reef is very slow. Death Egg has the gravity flipping, and it's quite slow. And then you've got you've got Sky Sanctuary in there as well. I think the level design is definitely weaker, and given that it's much shorter, I would say it's weaker than Sonic 2 overall, personally.
Personally, I quite like Lava Reef. I think, yeah, some of the block pushing and the lights thing in Sandopolis 2 is a little annoying, but I think
also the Lava Reef boss
is
literally just waiting for the boss to destroy itself, which you also do in Sandopolis.
The Lava Reef boss, I cannot defend. However, I will say that I think the added stress of the ghosts does raise Sandopolis.
It's definitely the hardest of the games.
I'd say Sonic and Knuckles. I can put it below Sonic the Fighters or maybe next to Sonic 2, but I like it more than Sonic 2.
Okay, that's fair enough. I guess it also does have a bit more replayability, given you can also play as Knuckles. And the levels are designed with that in mind.
And Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I'm putting in S. I'm putting it in S next to Sonic 3 alone.
Yeah, it's definitely good.
I'd still say that
Sonic 3. Yeah.
I'd say
the Super Emeralds are a bit of a are a bit of a funky thing that are
Super
kind of.
Emeralds were a bit of funky junk to actually, reward people for doing both sets of special stages.
But if you're gonna put a reward in there,
is
that's
pretty
very much
fucking
appreciated.
cool.
Yeah.
Hypersonic is pretty fucking cool. Honestly.
Everybody loves Hypersonic except for Sega.
Except Sega. Oh, rip Hypersonic. But genuinely, I think Sonic 3 and Knuckles is a solid S tier.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Hands down. Next, let's go for, where's it gone? Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Aha!
Meme
Snooping as usual, I see.
Meme heaven. YouTube poop heaven, honestly.
But objective quality?
Hedgehog stew. I think it is a pretty fun, like, sort of, it's a lot more slapstick, wacky, zany hijinks.
If the Sonic Boom cartoon has, like, meta meme humor, then Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog has, like, crackhead slapstick humor.
Yeah, it's like if Looney Tunes was played at 200% speed.
Grounder literally turns his hand into a pumpkin and throws it at Sonic.
And just lobs that shit. Just fucking... but I will say as well, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Robotnik, I would genuinely, and I'm probably going to get some hate, well, maybe not hate, but I'm going to get some questions about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say best classic Robotnik. Better than Archie, better than SatAM, obviously better than fucking Underground, but...
Yeah. I think if Mania had like leaned more into that style of Eggman or Robotnik for their Eggman, I think it, because in Sonic Mania Adventures he's kind of goofy, but he's not as goofy as he is in Adventures, and I hear a lot of people like defending some of the like I guess darker aspects of the older Sonic games by like contextualizing Eggman as this like emotionless monster. Like the key example is the boss theme in the US version being what it is of Sonic CD, and it's like, oh, because Eggman is destroying Little Planet and he's mechanizing it and he's taking over and making it his own. And meanwhile in the Japanese version the war began. The earth trembles in fear. Balls, Brady, and it, like with a rap song in the background. I fucking love that song, by the way. The Japanese version boss theme.
Like
that might be my favorite Sonic song.
In my mind, there are two distinct kinds of Robotnik you can go with. There is dark, evil, horrendous, emotionless monster, which is what you get in like Archie,
Underground.
SatAM, what they try and do in Underground. And then there's the other side of things, where he's kind of just a bit of a loser.
Yeah. I do like it when they lean into the loser angle, which we'll get to when we talk about the Sonic Boom cartoon.
Oh, we'll get to that. But I will say, I'm putting this up by SatAM.
Yeah, Adventures is... Like if you want a more
equal but opposite. They're equal and opposite.
Yes, exactly.
They are like two ends of a magnet. You cannot have one without the other. Especially considering, fun fact, they used to be the same show.
Yeah, that.
In early development, it was the characters of SatAM and the tone of Adventures. In like the early development.
Yeah,
it was.
They are the light and dark side of the Force.
That's kind of what they went forward with into Archie, that early concept of the two as one.
Yeah.
Weird. But we'll get to Archie. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Where is it in here? Is it fucking...
I can have some more water now while you talk about the Archie comics. Because I know nothing of the comics whatsoever.
There he is. Archie pre-Super Genesis Wave. Specifically pre-Super Genesis Wave. Now, super early on, in like the era of the comic where it was basically just like, it was like a gag comic. It was just a bunch of like silly bits. Goofy, silly bits. Hence why I say it kind of spawned from that idea of like the SatAM and Adventures sort of things sort of merged. Because they hadn't quite split off yet. They hadn't, like, committed mitosis. But Archie, early on, it was just, you know, silly shits and gigs, bits and gags. And then the man named Kenneth Penders arrived.
Uh-huh.
And I would not say he ruined everything. Yet. I would say he changed everything. He started bringing in, like, because you can see, well, you can't maybe here, but, like, you've got this images of, like, Sonic and Knuckles, and anti-Sonic and anti-Knuckles, because he introduced the multiverse.
Yeah. And a lot of echidnas.
Oh, so many echidnas. Why are there so many, man? God damn! Like, I know you ran the Knuckles comic, but you didn't need it to make. You didn't need to make it the Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles. And
yeah,
Knuckles
I
and
thought
Knuckles
he was
and
the
Knuckles
last
and
of his
Knuckles and
kind.
Knuckles. Apparently not. But I think it is also the way we got Ian Flynn, though.
Yeah.
This is also the way we got Ian Flynn. So, and also some of Penders' work wasn't terrible. Some of it was, but some of it wasn't. Like, I was... this is another video that I ended up fucking canning. This time because somebody else, I think it was Low Art, made a much better video on the Archie comics than I ever could, and then just kept making them. So I just went, well, fucking, what's the use in me making a video about this?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say the same things, but worse. And also I missed all of the fucking side issues. Like, I missed the entirety of fucking Mecha Madness. I don't know how I did that. But, some things, me and June, because June was reading with me, we really liked. Some things were real fun. Robotnik was fun. Some of the other characters were fun. Antoine, Bunny, great stuff. Then there was Jeffrey St. John, who genuinely made me want to destroy things.
Yeah, I think you may have mentioned.
I hate this. Put him on screen. I hate this stupid fucking skunk man.
Can we cancel Jeffrey St. John?
Oh boy, would I! I despise this man with every fibre of my being. He was supposed to, you know what? Yeah, Ken Penders has officially said that he wanted Jeffrey St. John to, at some point, confirmed, perform acts of love with Sally Acorn. Fun fact, Jeffrey St. John is, if I'm not mistaken, 28. Sally is 17.
Bam bam ba-da! Bam bam ba-da! Bam ba da ba da.
Anyway, however, later in the Archie storyline, things got kind of shit for a good while, if I'm honest. But then Ian Flynn arrived.
Yes.
Then Ian Flynn arrived.
Our Lord and Saviour.
Our Lord and Saviour of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise.
Of Sonic writing.
Yeah, oh boy. They
We'll
just bring him in. Every single time they bring him in to fix writing problems. But, anyway. Some really quality arcs. We got Scourge out of it. And then we got the entire, like anti-Mobius arc. And if I was rating that on its own, it would immediately go there.
Yeah.
It would immediately, no question, go there. However, as a whole, I have to put it in A tier.
Yeah.
Because the Ian Flynn section and the early stuff, a lot of the early stuff, are brilliant. And I would recommend them to anyone who has even a passing interest in Sonic.
Yeah.
Because the Scourge arc is peak.
I should get on that.
You should. But basically everything from like 50 through to 160 is varying levels of mid to trash.
Yeah.
But, you know, like, the stuff approaching issue 200, peak. Absolute peak.
Cool.
160 to 200, peak. After that, still pretty solid. And then the Super Genesis wave happens, but we'll get to that. Next, fucking Sega Popcorn Shop. Sonic Popcorn Shop. Do you like popcorn?
Personally, I don't like popcorn.
Damn.
But a lot of people do.
Beat it. It gives you, yeah, popcorn. There's a little mini game. I'm pretty sure you just stop Robotnik from eating the popcorn.
Yeah. Honestly, Sonic should have just gotten a microwave.
Just get a microwave, man. Anyway.
Next game, Sonic Microwave.
Next game, Sonic Microwave. It makes sure to make the sound, to make it sound like Roger Craig Smith is saying at you. Tales of the Music Maker. This was like an old fucking like little kids game on like I don't remember if it was on the Sega Pico. It might have been on the Pico. Or like whatever the little kids console was. But yeah, it's just like you make music, really.
Sonic Piano.
See it. Sonic Game World. Another like little kids one, you know. Just a few mini games.
Yeah.
Also C-tier. Some of these are just gonna exist. Next. Put the clip of the fucking fake baby Sonic exploding.
Oh god, are we there?
We're at Underground now. We're doing Underground. Oh boy, now.
Sonic Underground.
Sonic Underground.
Once upon a time, possibly the very first Sonic media I was ever exposed to, it could possibly have been Sonic Underground. I'm not 100% sure on that.
I know my first exposure to Sonic was Underground.
And oh, Sonic Underground.
Oh boy,
you know,
Sonic Underground.
I think Sonic Underground might have some untapped meme potential, but outside of that,
criminally insane. Criminally insane.
Like the only thing I know is
people some professional help.
The only thing I know is the exploding baby and the moment where like Sonic's like, I thought you were gonna kiss me, and Manic's like, ah, no way, but you are kind of cute. Something like that.
I will also say, I think there was an episode with Knuckles in it. Knuckles' first appearance in a Sonic cartoon. No, that's the OVA.
That's the OVA. Right.
You've confused things.
Sorry.
This is Sonic Underground is not peak enough to give Knuckles his hat. But there was an episode or a couple of episodes with Knuckles, and two interesting points about that. One, it sticks to the Archie version of the lore with Knuckles, and actually has, like, I think Knuckles' dad or his granddad from the comics in the show.
Interesting.
Which is interesting. And also, I'm like 90% sure they had a bit where Knuckles was into Sonya.
Welp.
I'm banging your sister, Sonic. Anyway.
Oh, wow. It's come full circle. Knuckles was flirting with Sonic's sister. Bro, are you flirting with my sister? I am. Do you want to die? Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Wait, what?
Take me, sweet death. Anyway.
Knuckles!
Anyway, Sonic Underground gets E tier next.
It's underneath the tier list. It's underground.
No, that's there. I don't think it should be notable enough.
No.
I don't think it's notable enough to go to dumb stinky doo-doo fart tier.
No.
Oh god, next. Sonic Labyrinth. Labyrinth. As I said before,
Yeah.
I'm a Sonic Labyrinth defender.
I can understand why people...
I like it.
I can understand why people don't like Sonic Labyrinth.
Yeah, that does not mean I think it's great. It's definitely no Sonic 2.
No.
It's a solid bottom of C tier.
Yeah.
It's
Slightly
a solid,
overhated,
no, actually
shall we
no.
say.
It's a solid
Yeah.
top of D. It's
Not good,
it's
but
overhated,
overhated.
but it's not good.
Yeah.
It's still bad. It's just
not a hidden
like
gem,
the
it's
worst
just-
thing.
Not as bad as people make it out to be.
There are worse Game Gear games, like the one directly below it.
Yeah.
Oh, next up. Sonic R.
Oh boy. You want to talk about a Sonic game that people have come around on that isn't Sonic Fighters? Sonic R. Because
Yeah,
this,
true.
if Sonic the Fighters has a cult following, Sonic R has like parades.
Yeah, like, it's weird that all of the games in Sonic Gems collection, the opinion on them has wildly swapped. Like,
Yeah.
when Gems collection came out, everyone was like, Sonic R, kill it in fire.
Sonic
Fighters,
CD,
what
best
is
Sonic
that?
game
But I'll
ever.
also kill it. Sonic CD, if Sonic CD had a dick, I would immediately get to slobbering on it. But nowadays, it's like, Sonic R, great. Sonic the Fighters, pretty damn good. Sonic CD, to hell with thee. To the pits. I will
Yeah.
chop off your dick.
How the times change.
That's SB.
Yeah. Sonic R's funny. I like the music.
It's a funny time. The controls are still god awful.
Yeah.
I will not
And
hear
there
anyone
are
tell me the
only
controls in
5
Sonic R are
stages.
good.
It's no Mario Kart.
It's distinctly no Mario Kart. Especially considering, I mean, literally, if you pick anyone other than Sonic if you have no unlocks, Metal Sonic if you unlock him, and Super Sonic if you've 100%ed the game, you've lost already. You've lost the
Yeah.
race. If somebody has picked one of those 3 characters, literally just put the controller down, you will get exactly the same results.
Yeah.
You're not winning. You're not winning against Super
You're
Sonic.
not winning, son.
You're just
Oh, do you
not
have
winning.
do you have Sonic Drift on this list?
I do have Sonic Drift and Sonic Drift 2, but first, put the name of this one in a fucking file because I forgot it because it's written in Japanese there, and I don't speak Japanese. Yeah, SegaSonic Cosmo Fighter.
Oh yeah, I've heard of
It's-
this one.
Yeah, it's just like a fucking top-down shooter game.
Yeah.
It's pretty alright. B tier. I don't remember what it is, but it's better than Sonic 1.
Yeah.
It's better than Sonic 1, because anything is better than... No. I'm not
Yes,
even gonna
worst
say that as a
Sonic
joke.
game ever.
Dude,
Sonic the
dude.
Hedgehog.
Next. Tails Skypatrol. No, that's Tails Adventure. Skypatrol's there. I'll just put both of the Tails games.
Tails
up there.
gets 2 games because he has 2 tails. Tails of Tails.
Tails. I don't like the Tails games very much.
Yeah.
I think they're quite bad.
Sonic's games would be so
Surely.
much better if it was just Sonic.
Don't you put those fucking words in my mouth.
No.
Do not do
This
that
is-
to me.
This is something the fandom needs to learn. Don't ask, because you will receive.
Be careful what you fucking wish for, you blithering idiots. Please be more careful. But I'm gonna put Tails Skypatrol here in D tier, and yeah, I'll put Tails Adventure also in D tier. I don't think it's quite E tier worthy, but it's I don't like Tails Adventure. It's not very nice.
No.
It's not very nice to me. It's very mean. Where are you? I think that is... Yeah, Sonic Chaos. On the Game Gear.
No relation to the main antagonist of Sonic Adventure.
No relation to. We'll get to the modern games soon. Because we're running out of the classics. Sonic Chaos. It's pretty decent. It's a solid game. B tier. In fact, nah, it's not top of B tier. It's not like a solid top of B tier. But it is a pretty good game. I'd say it does learn from Sonic 1 quite a decent bit. It does lag relatively often, because it is on the Game Gear.
Well, there you go.
But it definitely could have been worse. Speaking of worse, the Sonic Drift games.
Why am I in a car? And that's why Sonic Drift sucks.
I do like Sega's explanation for why Sonic is in a car in most racing games, where it's just
to make it fair.
He'd fucking win. Obviously, he's not in a car. Did you play Sonic R?
Wow, this guy's faster than Sonic.
Yeah, Tails, I'm in a Ford F-150. Of course he's faster than me. I'm going 70 miles an hour.
Should have gotten a Mercedes, you punk bitch.
What's Jet doing in the classic games? Anyway,
I don't know. I'm very lost.
Solid. You know what? Actually, no. Drift 1 goes E tier. Drift 1's an E tier. Drift 2 is improved only by having Metal Sonic in the cast, because I've got a soft spot for that shiny son of a bitch.
You know, people might rag on Super Mario Kart, Super Circuit, the mobile game, but none of them are as bad as either Drift game.
None of them are Sonic Drift. God, Sonic Drift sucks ass. Sonic Drift doesn't suck because Sonic's in a car. Sonic Drift sucks because you can only see 10 feet in front.
Because of everything else.
Because of literally every other part of the video game.
Sonic in a car is the only thing that people were able to latch onto.
Next up, Sonic Triple Trouble.
Now,
honestly,
this game has had quite a resurgence recently, hasn't it?
Indeed, because of a certain remake.
Perhaps Sonic Chaos is deserving of a similar resurgence.
Perhaps. But genuinely, I think, honestly, Sonic Triple Trouble is the Sonic 4 that we should have got on, like, Genesis.
Because,
we'll get to that. Top of A. Top of A. Good. Might push it into S if A.
Yeah, when I said that
full.
When I said that Sonic 1 on Game Gear was the best Sonic game, I'd actually forgotten about Triple Trouble when I said that.
You had forgotten about Triple Trouble.
Triple Trouble is
also honestly, I think Sonic of the platformers, the regular Sonic game platformers, I think Sonic 1 on Game Gear is actually the worst one.
Yeah,
not
fair enough.
Not bad.
But just the weakest.
But certainly, the weakest.
Because when you want to say worst, but you don't want it to sound like it's bad, you say weakest.
True. Definitely, it's beaten out by its competition.
Yeah.
It's beaten out by the varying other games on the system. Now, where did I put Sonic 2 Game Gear? Did I not get Sonic 2 Game Gear from the fucking list? I fucking might not have.
What's that one between Forces and Winter Games? Second row, towards the middle.
Ah, that's the Fleetway comics. You know what?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't recognise it because it
comics.
have like a box art.
The Fleetway comics. This is the one where you've got evil Super Sonic. This is
that's the only thing I know about the Fleetway comics.
It's
Super
the UK
Sonic is
one.
fucking evil.
Yeah, it's the UK one. Honestly, I don't think it's... Okay, that's the thing with Fleetway. Fleetway's highs are not quite as high as the highs of Archie.
Right.
But Fleetway's lows are nowhere near the lows of Archie.
So it's more standardized.
It's a lot more like... Okay, actually, no, there was an entire arc that everyone hated because it was just complete filler. Right. So I will say, actually, it is just like... Quality-wise, it's Archie, but not better, not worse, but less. Yeah. You know, the 9s become 8s, but the 1s become 2s, you know?
Okay.
So, I'm gonna put it... top of B.
Fair enough.
High B, I think... something I really like about the Fleetway comics is how much of an absolute fucking arsehole Sonic is. Not even Super Sonic, just regular Sonic. He's such a fucking prick.
Yeah.
And not even like a lovable bastard kind of guy.
Yeah,
In the
he's just-
CD adaptation, he saves Amy, and Amy turns to him and goes, "Wow, Sonic, you saved me!" And Sonic turns around, straight-faced. "Yeah, we all make fucking mistakes.
Oh my god!
I should have left you to die."
Top 30 reasons why Sonic is sorry. Number 5 will surprise you. Top 30 anime deaths! Number 1! You're fucking ass right now!
Honestly. Also, during, like, I think, a time when they're in, like, fucking Aquatic Ruin Zone,
Yeah.
Tails says to Sonic, "Man, I don't like the look of these totem poles, Sonic." And Sonic turns around and says, "I don't much like the look of your face, Pixel Brain, but am I complaining?" And immediately behind him, immediately as that is happening, an arrow is firing directly at Sonic's head.
Dang. This sounds... I might read it.
Like, he is just shrugging and smiling at the camera while he is mid being shot in the fucking head.
It's like...
The
it's
arrow
like
is still in flight.
It's like an even more extreme version of Black Knight, where Gawain is like, "Only death can remove this stain upon my honor. Give me a break!"
Give me a break. Honestly, no, Fleetway Sonic wouldn't have gone, "Give me a break." He'd have gone, "Do it, pussy."
Fucking do it.
Do it. It would be
it up.
funny.
Pick it up.
Oh, God. Honestly, Fleetway Sonic was a fucking menace. And then there's, of course, Super Sonic, who is just actually evil, so...
Yeah.
Honestly, I love the fucking Fleetway comics. Just on a... You know what? Nah.
Yeah. Fair enough. And I like...
It's A.
I was going to say, I thought it was funny how you put...
You know what? I'm putting it with the rest over here.
Yeah.
I'm putting it... This is the comics and TV zone. This is honestly... But honestly, I've talked myself into it at this point. I fucking love the Fleetway comics. He's
That's
such
fair
a
enough.
prick.
That's great.
Literally, the only thing... Because... Spoilers for the Fleetway comics. You cool with spoilers?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Late on, during the adventure arc, which is the last arc of the story, because the comics got canned afterwards, a member of Sonic's crew, Johnny Lightfoot, actually fucking dies.
Oh, damn.
Like, fully is deceased.
Sonic characters aren't allowed to do that.
Yeah, like, he fully dies. It's the literal only thing that stops Sonic from being a prick.
Ah, that's nice.
It is the
Death of his
thing that
friend
stops
motivates
him. Yeah. No, Mason, I don't think you understand. The last thing
I'm
Sonic
being
said
sus.
to this man was an insult.
Why don't you just fucking die already? Okay. Oh, I didn't think he was going to do it.
No, like he was just yelling insults at him, and then he died in the heat of a fight with Chaos. Chaos fucking murders this
I'm
man.
so surprised.
Chaos fully fucking murders this man.
I think it would have been
And
more
the
funny if
last thing
Sonic literally
Sonic
insulted
said to him-
someone to death.
Oh, he could. Fleetway Sonic could. Fleetway Sonic 100% could insult someone.
Well, they just have a heart attack from all the insults.
Oh yeah, there's also a storyline. I'm going on a little tangent. There's also
That's fair
a
enough. We're
story
gonna be
in one
hypnosis.
issue. There's also a story in one issue where it's about this kid who makes friends with like a rebel badnik who's like broken away from Robotnik's control.
Oh,
and the
cool.
entire story, Sonic is just trying to kill this thing.
Oh.
Like, despite the kid going, "Look, Sonic, no, he's like a good guy. He's fully changed." Sonic goes, "And he's a robot. I kill those guys."
It'd be like if Sonic was trying
What
to
do
kill
I
Omega
care?
all the
Fuck
time.
you. Honestly, he would. Honestly, if Omega existed in the Fleetway universe,
Like Shadow and
I
Rouge
would
are
be
like,
on
"No,
site."
Sonic, Omega's our friend." Sonic, don't do it. And Sonic's like, "I don't fucking care. He's an Eggman robot. Die."
I don't fucking care. I see that fucking sheen on that man, and I don't think it's sweat.
Like
Come here,
Amy-
you piece of shit.
Amy's like, no, this robot is my friend. He held me. Skill issue. Kills.
Yeah, Sonic would just go, and bang. Oh, he's also held a gun before. Fleetway Sonic has shot a gun before. Shadow could never.
So Sonic had a gun before Shadow had a gun.
He did, 100%.
Fuck you, Sonic fandom.
Fuck you, Sonic fandom. Sonic got a gun first, bitch. Anyway, Spinball.
Oh, I've heard not great things about Spinball.
Oh, Sonic Spinball. I gotta say C tier. It's not. I wouldn't say it's terrible. But the final boss did make me want to shoot myself, so it's not going any higher.
Yeah.
And yep. Okay. OVA.
Now I've seen the OVA once. It was quite a long time ago. But the OVA is also very memed. Sonic's voice in the OVA is very strange, and so is Metal Sonic's when he gets his one line at the end.
Yeah.
The OVA has a lot of characters that we've never seen before and never seen again, and they act like they've always been there.
Why is there a cat girl?
Why is there
like an actual anime cat girl? Why is Sonic in a relationship with a cat girl?
I also like when Sonic yells at Tails. He literally just tells him to shut up.
Sorry, I forgot. Not just a cat girl who is also the president's daughter.
Yeah.
Like, what? Why is this the case? Also, who the fuck is Old Man Owl?
Yeah.
And why is he so funny? Why do I like this guy?
Yeah.
Who is he, but why do I like him?
Wait a minute. Theory. Is Longclaw from the Sonic movie related to Old Man Owl?
I really hope not. I really desperately hope not. Because the movies could never capture the magic of Old Man Owl. Ever. They could never capture the magic of this blithering old fucking dipshit who steals Sonic's clothes because Metal Sonic, who is clearly not Sonic, told him to wear them.
Why does Sonic have clothes?
Like, I don't care how blind you are. That's not Sonic. His eyes are black and red. His eyes are color swapped.
Yeah.
But still though, I will say, 1, Old Man Owl's funny. 2, I am neutral towards Sarah. 3, Metal Sonic in this movie. Genuinely, I don't think Metal Sonic's ever been better.
Yeah.
His
voice is
Sonic.
weird, but he's definitely
Metal Sonic,
menacing.
but I think this is peak Metal Sonic.
Yeah.
CD,
Metal Sonic's
your
always
heart
been a
out.
Metal
Heroes,
Sonic's always been a
you
great
tried.
character.
Heroes, you tried. IDW Comics, you're close. OVA, peak Metal.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Everybody loves Metal Sonic.
honestly, S tier.
Fair enough.
S tier. It's weird sometimes. I don't know why they pulled a Star Wars at the end. Fucking you were my brother, Metal. No, you won't.
And Metal doesn't even say I hate you. He says, there is only one Sonic, or like something with that kind of voice.
Exactly.
Like
Weird.
if Metal Sonic had like a
Weird
slightly
sometimes.
deeper voice, I wouldn't have a problem.
Weird sometimes. Odd. Why is the president's daughter a cat girl? And why is she in a relationship? It's weird. It's very weird.
I'm glad that the current Sonic movies didn't go in that direction, but I'm also glad that this exists.
Mason, why the fuck would the current Sonic movies go in the direction of, oh yeah, Sonic's in a relationship with a cat girl who's also the president's daughter?
It's 2020. It was 2020 when that film came out. Anything could have happened.
That's true. Oh, the virus, the virus was on the rise.
Yeah.
We didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah. The movie came out on Valentine's Day, for God's sake.
But OVA, it's close. It's solid.
Wasn't there another Sonic movie, like a lost one, which was kind of like a cartoon compilation?
I don't remember.
I seem to recall seeing a video on that at some point. But
Maybe,
what
but
else?
it's not on this list.
It's not on this list.
It's not on this list. Next.
Now.
Sorry. Knuckles Chaotix.
Now, I do remember seeing you play this a bit when you were doing your marathon. I love the music of Knuckles Chaotix. I love the like stage select theme especially is brilliant.
Yeah.
I like the Chaotix. I love all the characters, even Charmy.
Certainly.
But well, maybe not Heavy and
I mean,
Bomb,
Charmy
but,
Charmy in that game is fucking overpowered as shit.
He's a shell of his former self.
Super fast, infinite flight. Sign me the fuck up.
It was always strange to me how huge Espio was. Like, Espio's bigger than Vector. I like how
Gro's
Vector's
head is
goofy.
immense. Gro's head is immense.
Yeah.
I don't know why they made Espio's head so big.
But yeah, I like the Chaotix. Once again, this is another Sonic game that's made for a gimmick, being the 32X.
But I think, honestly, the gameplay gimmick of the sling rings, it's better than the time travel.
It's pretty
I'm
cool.
not putting it below CD, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward sometimes.
Yeah.
It's a bit janky sometimes. But I don't know if this is just me, but personally, when the sling rings get janky, like when CD gets janky, I want to strangle something.
Yeah.
When the sling rings get janky, I just sit there and go, as Knuckles and Espio fly backwards and forwards across the screen.
It's very funny.
Incoherently, and I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah.
So honestly,
I feel like there's still a lot of
B-tier.
there's a lot of potential with that game. Like they could definitely do more with the sling rings, but they
also
almost
the
certainly
combi
won't.
ring is just an objectively good idea, and I'm unsurprised they brought it back for Mania.
Yeah.
But we'll get to Mania later because I believe we have just rounded out the true classic era. You know what, actually? I did put Origins on here because they did change a few things, add some things.
Yeah. Oh, Sonic Origins. Oh,
boy.
you certainly tried, but you didn't really.
Well, no.
And then you tried to fix things, and you kind of almost fixed things, and you just didn't do the greatest job, did you, Sonic Origins?
You really gave it a shot. Full stop. I wouldn't say you gave it a good shot, but you did give it a shot.
There was an attempt made.
Any effort was made ever.
You can play as Amy.
Sure. Yeah, you can play as Amy. But honestly, that ain't moving. That's
It's definitely not the worst port of Sonic 1. But it's not the best.
Mason, I'm going to be real with you here, and we both know this is true. They could have sent out a PS1 jewel case with no label and a turd inside, and it would still not be the worst port of Sonic 1.
Yeah.
We both know this.
We know this to be true.
We know this to be true. But yeah, Origins ain't moving. You know what? Actually, we will do the rest of the classic games now. Mania.
Yeah, it's going at S. It's going at the top of S. It might end up in peak, honestly. I think Mania is the best Sonic game.
I can understand that.
Objectively speaking, I think Mania is a 10 out of 10.
I'd agree it's very good. I'm not saying whether I agree that it should go in peak or not, but I will say it's definitely an S.
Yeah, Mania is fantastic. Mania is
a strong one.
Mania is a true understanding of what Sonic should be and what Sonic is. It's got beautiful graphics. It's got a wonderful soundtrack. It's got great game design. It's got great nostalgia. It's got great fan service. And
it's also got great iteration on that to make it, not just like...
It's not just blind fan service. It is...
Yeah.
It's just brilliant. Mania is just brilliant.
And then... Superstars.
How do you feel about Sonic Superstars?
Well, I haven't heard the best things.
Now, that's strange to me because Sonic Superstars has been getting 7s out of 10. Which is the same reviews that Sonic Frontiers has been getting. Now, I can understand Sonic Frontiers getting a 7 out of 10, but I've played Superstars. I was playing it yesterday and the day before in preparation for this tier list. I went into Superstars expecting for it not to be as good as Sonic Mania, but I was expecting to like it.
Your expectations were not met, I take it.
I fucking hate Superstars!
Jesus Christ.
I hate it. It's awful. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. You can put it in C tier if you want, or whatever you're going to put it.
Oh, I'm not putting it in
Superstars.
fucking C tier. You think I am? I'm not putting it in C tier. It's D tier max.
I started playing Superstars, and as soon as I jumped, I realized something was wrong. The momentum in Superstars is so fucking frustrating. The zones are bland. I would rather they have like reimagined classic zones instead, because there's just what Bridge Island zone. Oh, it's just another green hill. Pinball Carnival. It's just another pinball level. Fucking sand whatever. It's just another desert level. Like the only creative level in the entire game is Egg Fortress, and I do genuinely like Egg Fortress Act 2. I thought that was cool.
Hang on, they called it Egg Fortress?
Yes, they called it
There's
Egg Fortress.
There's already an Egg Fortress!
Yeah, well, yes. The only aesthetically creative zone was like Golden Capital.
Oh no, that's Final Fortress, my bad.
There's Wing
still...
Fortress, there's Final Fortress, all sorts. The only aesthetically creative level was Golden Temple, which just ended up being another pinball level, even though the game already had a pinball level. And then there was Cyber whatever, which was okay, I guess, but the mouse like puzzle thing was fucking frustrating.
And the bosses.
And the bosses, Jesus Christ. Okay, Egg Fortress Act 2, I enjoyed. I liked the backwards thing, but the fucking boss made me rage quit. I beat the first phase, and then the second phase came along, I immediately died and got sent back to before the boss fight, and I was like, I'm not going through that fucking 4-minute boss fight again. Especially since I'll probably run out of time.
You want to know what's even worse?
What's even worse?
Superstars? You have to beat the game as Sonic, and then as Trip.
I didn't even get that
the
far.
true ending. Yeah, to get the true ending, you have to do
Trip's
all that
cute.
twice.
Trip's fine.
Yeah, Trip's
but
cute.
You,
I like
but
Trip
if we judge Sonic games
Weird
based
that
on
they
the
just put a
characters that they introduced, there are games that would be
honestly.
much further up the tier list.
Yeah, fucking CD would be in S tier.
06 would be an S tier. I love Silver.
Yeah, I love Silver. I love Metal Sonic. Amy's great. Honestly, but...
And I don't know what the story is of Superstars. I don't understand it. All I know is that Eggman's looking for a dragon, and that doesn't have any... That doesn't coalesce with anything else that happens in the game.
Eggman is bad, fight him.
What's with that fucking robot that he, like, steals and then uses as the boss of Cyber Capital, which, by the way, the boss of Cyber Capital was fucking annoying.
Look, I love that Fang's back.
I love Fang. But, Jesus, why is he in a robot all the time? Why is he in an airship all the time?
To be in.
Let me fight Fang. I don't want to fight Fang in his Eggmobile. I want to fight fucking Fang. I'm sorry, Sonic Superstars. If you wanted to make a multiplayer game, make a fucking multiplayer game. You can't split it both ways. New Super Mario Bros. Wii is fun for single player, maybe not so much for multiplayer, but it still works. Kirby's Return to Dreamland is fun for single player and multiplayer. Sonic Superstars might be fun for multiplayer, I don't know, but it certainly is fucking hell not fun for single player.
From what I've heard, the multiplayer isn't fucking working.
Well, there you go.
Eat it.
And the reason why I hate Superstars so much is because it squanders the good faith that Mania gave us.
Yeah.
You can shout at Forces all you like. It came out in the same year as Mania, but you know what? I had lower expectations going into Forces than I had going into Superstars.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think the best thing that Superstars does is it makes Mania and Forces look better by comparison.
Which is surprising because it's Forces and Forces. We'll get to
like
Forces.
I don't want to put Forces in E tier anymore.
We will get.
But we'll get to Forces. I'm sorry for getting so animated, but I literally
no worries, man.
I literally spent 4 hours over the last 2 days trying to get into this game, and I just could not.
Oh, rough. Absolutely.
I need to have some water now.
Fair. In the meantime, something that will soothe the nerves. Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure DX.
Now this is funny. I've played DX because I have a GameCube. I don't have a Dreamcast. And I really like Sonic Adventure DX. For the longest time, I was a Sonic curmudgeon. I wanted to be like, ooh, people are always ranking Adventure 1 and Adventure 2 in like the top 10 lists. Oh, but they're not that good. But I've got to be honest with you guys. I really like Sonic Adventure, and I like
fool,
all of Sonic Adventure.
You tried to be a contrarian,
I tried,
only to
and
ignore
But
some
you want to know?
quality
You want to
game.
know the funny thing? I like all of Sonic Adventure. I like Sonic. I like Tails. I like Knuckles. I like Big. I like Amy, and I like Gamma. I like all of Sonic Adventure. And can you say that?
Yes.
Well, you can. I mean, the audience. Can
Well,
the
I
audience
can,
say
you-
that?
Are you refined enough? Do you have a refined enough palate to truthfully tell me that you enjoy playing as Big the Cat? Because I can tell you that.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Maybe it's not as good as the other
high-octane
stories in the
action.
game, but you know what? It was
It's enjoyable.
fine.
It's
I liked it.
enjoyable-ish.
He
It's an
moved
enjoyable
all
enough
right.
time. He
Although
moves all
the
right.
strangest
it's
thing
very funny
is
to
that
me that it's very funny to me though that Big climbs ladders the fastest.
yeah, I know that I love
Why
that.
does he? Why did they make his ladder climbing stats so high? I like it. It's brilliant and it's very funny.
I
Like
wish the
Big
other
is very
characters
much.
climbed fast.
Big is a great comic relief character.
And people thought that he
in
had a
SA1.
gun and a sword when they first saw him, not a fishing pole.
They fucking what?
They thought that his fishing pole was a sword, and then Sega was like, "No, it's not a sword," and they were like, "Oh, it's a gun then." And then they made
So
Gamma,
much child.
and I love Gamma.
And
Gamma's
then
a
they
great
went,
character.
just a gun, yeah. But it's very, yeah. I like playing as Big-ish. I would definitely say the Big is not my favorite character from
Yeah,
the game.
definitely.
Sonic
But he's-
controls. Sonic controls great.
Sonic controls great. I
Sonic
like the
controls
Sonic
great.
levels. Tails,
Sonic levels are great. Tails,
I think
Tails
Ta-
is fun. I like.
Funnily enough, I think
like it.
Tails might have been the story that I enjoyed the least, but I still enjoyed it.
Really?
I think it's because I didn't get the jet anklet,
Oh,
because I didn't know where it
true.
was.
Yeah.
But I like
Rough
the
for
knuckle
you.
stages.
Rough for you, that.
Amy was kind of tedious, but she only had 3 stages, so it was fine.
Only had 3 stages, and I liked Amy's controls well enough.
Yeah, I liked
Gamma,
Big, and I love Gamma.
Yeah, I love Gamma.
And that final boss
countdown
in
thing.
Gamma is
Yeah.
brilliant.
Oof, and the ending.
And I feel like Sonic Adventure is most, like, if you were to pick a Sonic game that should get a remake, I think Sonic Adventure definitely benefits from one.
Definitely.
Because the thing that Sonic Adventure needs is the ranking. Sonic Adventure is the last Sonic game where you do not get ranked for your performance in stages. That was introduced in Sonic Adventure 2. And maybe
There's
not so much for
another
Big,
reason.
but for other stories, I feel like the ranking would definitely incentivize further playthroughs. But you know what the DX version has that incentivize further playthroughs? The missions.
Yeah.
You
That's
can
the
do
thing,
the
though.
missions.
That's the thing, though. Where would you rank Sonic Adventure DX specifically?
Well, the thing is, I haven't played the original, and I know that DX is much glitchier
That's
than
why
the
I
original.
say. That's why I say, rank DX, and I'll rank SA1 relative to that.
But I liked DX.
'Cause I think we're going to agree with DX. I think we're going to very much agree with DX. Where would you put DX?
It's definitely going no lower than A.
So what, like top of A? Maybe
Sure, yeah.
low S?
Yeah.
So I'll put it there.
Yeah. Fair enough.
The thing is with SADX, there's a second reason that Sonic Adventure 1 should get a remake. First is the one you mentioned, and second is that DX is a fucked up port of a port of a port of a port. DX, it's genuinely, it was made for the GameCube, then it was ported to PC on disc. When it went to GameCube, it was already, in terms of like the look and in several places the gameplay, a downgrade. The mission mode was great. The mission mode was a great addition, definitely.
And they threw the Game Gear games in there as well,
Yeah.
just for a bit of extra fun.
But genuinely, outside of that, DX, big downgrade.
Yeah.
Then it was ported to PC, and it got worse.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was ported to Xbox Live Arcade, and it got worse. And then it was ported back to PC on Steam, and it got even worse. Sonic Adventure 1 needs a remake because DX has been slammed through several brick walls.
And I feel like Frontiers...
It has a bad concussion and should probably be put out of its misery.
I feel like Frontiers has also provided a good sort of foundation on which an adventure
definitely.
remake could possibly be made.
Oh yeah, no. Imagine like SA1 with like I wouldn't say with Frontiers controls, but
No,
with
no,
some of
but
the stuff
Frontiers
that they learned
inspired
from
controls.
Frontiers.
A happy
With some
medium
of the
between
stuff
the
they
original and
learned from
Frontiers.
Frontiers, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. I also wish that some of the characters had more moves. Like, I miss
Yeah.
Big's umbrella and belly bounce from Heroes.
True. We'll get to Heroes in a moment, though. Because first, Sonic Adventure 2. Now, I really like Sonic Adventure
And 2 Battle.
2 Battle I've included in with Sonic Adventure
It's definitely
2 because the difference between
it's
those
definitely
two
more
is
similar
a
to
lot less.
2 than DX is to 1. Now, I
Yeah,
played
Sonic Adventure 2
Adventure.
Battle, really the only major changes were some model changes, which were a bit meh, but
Yeah.
not too drastic changes. Some of the cutscenes are a little fumbled by them in places, but it's not
Yeah.
like a massive stylistic change, like going from SA1's more semi-normal-ish proportions and textures that look like quills and stuff, to SADX's I am playing with plastic toys.
Yeah, and my face is being gravitationally rearranged.
Well, let's be real, SA1, the original, didn't exactly have the best when it came to that, but SADX definitely made it a lot worse.
Yeah.
But SA2 and Battle, really the only major change was an upgrade to the 2-player mode, and it's fun. It's fine.
Now, I played Adventure 2 before Adventure 1. I only recently played Adventure 1. I played Adventure 2 quite a while ago. And I think Adventure 1's better. And I know that's a bit of a hot take in the community. I think Adventure 1's better.
It's a relative hot take. However,
because
I would probably agree with you, at least in places. Especially with the treasure hunting characters, Adventure 1's is just objectively superior because, like, why the fuck aren't you letting me see the other 2 emeralds on the radar?
And why are none of the hints helpful?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the hints.
Saying nothing of Meteor Herd and Mad Space. The hint system is not helpful. You literally have to look up what the hints mean. It's like playing Simon's Quest without a walkthrough.
It's rough. Especially Mad Space. Mad Space makes me want to...
Mad Space just fucking lies to you.
Mad Space makes me want to beat myself to death with that giant, like,
it makes me mad.
Bean planet. I hate Mad Space. Mad Space lowers the score of SA2 entirely. It's bad.
Now,
it's real bad.
I like the way the characters move. I like the motion of the characters, but my biggest problem with Adventure 2 is a problem that some other Sonic games also suffer. I call it what do I call it? I can't remember. I had a name for it earlier. But okay.
That's what rough button? You've forgotten the name.
What button do you use to do the somersault?
Ah, yes.
Let's say you're playing on GameCube. The button you use to do the somersault is B. The button you use to do a light speed dash is B. The button you use to do a spin dash is B. The Nintendo GameCube controller has fucking 15 buttons on it and you use 2.
Yeah, you use 2 buttons, like, for the love of God, man.
This isn't an Atari joystick. Use other buttons, please.
Please, I am begging you, bind, like, the spin dash and the light dash to X.
It's not too difficult for me to stretch my thumb to another button, but it is more difficult for me to stretch my patience over dying at the same section over and over again because I didn't do what the game wanted me to do, even though I was trying to.
Like, here's what you do. You put the fucking control of, like, Y that cycles through a bunch of more obscure actions. You put that on the Z button. You put the light dash on Y. You put the spin dash on X, or you put the somersault and the bounce attack on X and leave the spin dash on B. Because it's fine to put, like, the somersault and the bounce attack on X.
Yes.
Because one of them you can only do on the ground, and the other you can only do in a jump.
And I love the bounce.
The bounce attack is brilliant. I love the bounce attack. SA2 is the best version of the bounce.
Yes. There's a lot of things I
Nothing
love about
compares.
SA2. I like the more standardized gameplay. I like the dichotomy between the characters. I like that dynamic. The level design is not as good as Adventure 1. I do prefer the speed stages in Adventure 1, but I love City Escape. I love Green Forest, and I love Metal Harbor.
I'm a big fan of No, it is Pyramid Cave, I think.
Pyramid Cave. Yeah, Pyramid Cave's pretty good as well.
Yeah, I'm a relative big fan of that one.
I'm
Crazy
fine
Gadget
with the shooting
does make me want to
stages.
slam my head into a
Yeah,
wall sometimes.
Crazy-
I actually
Crazy
quite like
Gadget.
the shooting stages. A little bit of a hot take, but I quite
They're
like
they're a
the
bit
shooting
they're a
stages.
little tedious and the laser sounds annoying, but I'm fine with them. I have patience. I hate the hunting
Eternal
stages.
Eternal Engine is abysmal.
Yeah,
I
but
think we
then
can both agree
on the other
Eternal
hand,
Engine
you have
is terrible.
the Eggman. What's the Cosmic Wall? That's what it's called. That
Cosmic
one's
Wall
brilliant.
is great though. Cosmic Wall is great though.
The treasure hunting stages are atrocious because of the radar and the hints,
Yeah.
and they're just too
But some
they're
of
just
them
too
are,
big.
I think some of them are still relatively good. I like
Yeah,
them.
I like Pumpkin Hill. I even like,
Pumpkin Hill.
Dry Lagoon. And funnily
Yeah.
enough, I got an S rank on Egg Quarters the first time I ever played it.
I even kind of like.
No, not
Aquatic
S rank, A
Mine.
rank, sorry.
I even kind of like Aquatic Mine, if nothing else, because it's. The
Oh,
place
I'm not
where
a fan
you
of
get the
Aquatic
thing.
Mind.
I
That
like
is something we disagree on.
Kind of. I like it. I like it, if nothing else, just because it's the place where you get the fucking like I'm never gonna drown again thing.
Yeah.
But I can definitely say, yeah, it's not a great stage by any
Yeah.
means.
And I
but
mean,
like the
that's
little nooks and
only
crannies in it
used
and
in
exploring
Cannon's
it a little
Core.
bit. Yeah, true.
But it
I
is
will
it is
say,
necessary
yeah,
in Cannon's
it's
Core. But
definitely
it's a
a
necessary
weaker
part of
one
Cannon's
of
Core, and
the
it's good to have the upgrade
stages.
for it.
Yeah, but I can definitely say it's
Yeah.
definitely one of the weaker Knuckles stages.
I love the
but
music. I like the
it's
story.
good.
The boss fights aren't that bad. I'm not a fan of King Boom Boo, but that's just because I didn't understand how to fight him.
True. I only recently, it's only recently that I've managed to sort of master the ability of hitting him multiple times per cycle.
Yeah.
Like, I've been trying to do that. I've genuinely been trying to do that since I was like 8 years old. And
I didn't know
started being
that-
able to do it recently, and I was like, yes, I have evolved. I
I
have
didn't know
reached
that-
the next stage of human evolution.
Brilliant. I didn't know that you were only supposed to run behind him when he's throwing fire, so I would keep trying to run behind him and he'd just keep
Yeah.
going, and I'd just be like, I just want the fight to end.
Yeah, true.
But that's the
I
thing
will
about
say, though-
signs and signifiers, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
I like the Egg Golem. But I would
yeah,
put
Egg Golem
Sonic
is
Adventure
pretty
2 below Sonic Adventure 1.
I'm going to put it just below DX.
And the Chow Garden's
Huh?
great. Everybody loves the Chow Garden.
Oh yeah.
Two-player
Garden is
mode's
great.
fun.
SA2B has the best Chow Garden.
Yeah,
Pretty much
it's
of
the Chow Garden that everyone wants to come back.
Yeah. Or to be evolved upon, you know?
Did you hear
I'm
that
sure
the
they
Chow
can-
Garden's actually the only good thing about the game, and it brainwashed people into thinking that Sonic Adventure 2 is actually good?
Anyway. Sonic Heroes.
D.
Now,
I don't like Sonic Heroes.
shall
still
we
haven't-
discuss it, or are we just putting it there and
We can discuss it.
moving on?
I still haven't beaten Sonic Heroes.
If I'm honest, I also have not beaten Sonic Heroes.
I've
The
beaten
special stages
Team Rose's
are-
story.
I've
but I'm
beaten all of the main stories before. I am just fucking not good at the special stages, and
Yeah.
I don't think it's entirely my fault.
Oh, absolutely not. The special stages, I like the idea of them. Once again, Sonic
Bringing
Heroes
back the
conceptually.
half-pipe is bringing back the half pipe. I like the idea of the execution of. I want to execute the person who did that.
The best thing about the special stage in Sonic Heroes is that it inspired the Dream Bobsleigh event in Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games, because they used the Sonic Heroes special stage for that.
Fair enough.
Again, Sonic Heroes.
Also, my first Sonic game. It's the
Also,
one that
you know what? I think
my
I might have
mother
also
got
been
it
the same.
because I was watching Underground.
Yes, you told me that story. That's great. I think Heroes may also have been my first experience because of the
Horrendous
After School
stuff.
Club. That would have been on the PS2 though. I've played the GameCube version.
Yeah, I played the GameCube version as well. Yes.
Yeah, conceptually, again,
better
I like
version.
I like the idea of the 3 character system. I like that. I love Omega. He's my favourite Sonic character. I love the
Oh, yeah,
Chaotix.
Omega.
Vector's my second favourite. The character
Omega's
interactions are great.
The Chaotix are great.
It's kind of weird that like Team
Team
Sonic
Rose
never
are
interacts
there.
with Team Chaotix, and Team Rose never interacts with Team Dark. It's kind of a shame. You can
little
criticize
bit
the
of a
fact that they
shame.
brought back Shadow, but you know what? Whatever. That's not so
I
much
like
a
that
Sonic
they
Heroes
brought back
problem as it
Shadow.
is
Maybe
Shadow
the
the Hedgehog problem.
execution we'll get to that. Maybe the execution of bringing back Shadow could have definitely been a bit better.
yeah. Like they
But-
don't explain anything. Rouge is like, did I ever tell you that Shadow's a robot? And you're like, what?
Fucking is
And
he?
then Omega's-
Is he now?
Yeah, like the random shadow android that just happens to be on the floor after a boss fight where there are no shadow androids, and there's no other shadow androids in the game.
I think when it comes to not explaining things, some of it definitely comes down to the dub.
Yeah.
Where they just fully redid some lines to be completely different.
Look at all those Eggman's robots.
Now that you can blame on them hiring a fucking 8-year-old.
Yeah.
But like literally an 8-year-old, like the kid in Heroes. The kid in Heroes is the little brother of the kid from SA1 and 2.
Oh, that's
And the
fun.
kid from SA1 and 2, he actually, like in SA1, he's a little clunky hero.
I wonder what happened to Sonic.
Even in SA2
okay.
especially, in SA2 especially, that kid like knows what's up. That kid's got some skill.
Yeah. I managed to track down the president's location throughout the government computer. He just sounds so pleased with himself when he says that. Meanwhile,
yeah,
Amy is like pulling Knuckles out of the sewer for no reason.
He's bad. His brother, I
that
don't want to like. I'm not gonna insult and like be like, oh, you're a piece of shit. Fuck you. I'm not gonna berate an 8-year-old who admittedly is now like in his mid-20s for
I'd like it if he kind of had the
same at 8.
I'd like it if he had the same kind of turnaround as like the Star Wars prequels actors, where he becomes like a Sonic fan and he's able to like poke fun at his past performances and appreciate like the meanness of it.
Well, maybe he has, who knows? Maybe he has and it's just like not publicly or something, but maybe not. But either way,
but I don't like Heroes. I beat Team Rose's story, but I'm stuck at the Egg Emperor on Team Chaotix. I'm stuck on Final Fortress as Team Sonic, and I'm stuck on the fucking Robot Storm as Team Dark.
Yeah, the game is not very good.
The game does not play well.
The Egg Emperor is rough if you're not like 100% on what you're doing.
Yeah.
Which you often won't be. But I definitely wouldn't say it's low in detail. I do have a soft spot for it.
I know a lot of people like Sonic Heroes. There's a lot of things I can appreciate about Sonic Heroes.
I wouldn't say it's a great game.
Once
I wouldn't
again,
say it's a good game, but I wouldn't say it's a really, really bad game.
As with many Sonic games, nostalgia is half the battle.
Ooh, when it comes to Heroes, that is definitely true. And for another game that is definitely true of.
Oh boy.
Now. Mason, your thoughts first.
Oh, Shadow the Hedgehog, you are a funky one. I know the game is kind of badly made, and the story is an absolute garbage fire, and the guns are a little bit silly, and let's have 10 endings that explore the different aspects of Shadow's morality. Psych, none of them are canon. Canon ending, he's a good guy. Fuck you.
10
And
endings.
shoutouts to Forful's minion.
The man thinks there's 10 endings.
I appreciate I appreciate an analysis of a character, but if you're just going to make a choice like that, then why even waste our time?
326 endings.
But you know what? Shadow the Hedgehog, you are an experience that we will never forget. And I mentioned this earlier. This may be something of a hot take. I think that Shadow the Hedgehog is the biggest meme in the entire franchise, the game, because
the character, he's great.
Oh, I mean, he's a bit of a meme too, but that's not so much this game's fault. That's more the fact that Sega just cannot make up their mind, and so in solution they decided to just make him an edgelord, and he's so much more than that, guys.
Sonic hot take. It shouldn't be a hot take, but for some people, and especially for Sega itself, hot take. Team Dark are friends. Team Dark are friends. You know?
Please make Shadow smile more often.
Make him be friends with Rouge and Omega.
Yes, please.
Also feature Omega ever.
Yeah,
please.
Put Omega in more shit, guys. He's my favourite Sonic character.
He's funny as hell.
You guys brought Cream back to life. Now put Omega in games.
Come on, guys. Let me play as my fucking walking tank guy.
Yeah, we'll get to this in a minute, but Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, it has quite a few characters in it. Do you want to know how many games you can play as Omega?
How many?
1. Well, technically 1.5. You can play as him in the 3DS and arcade versions of the Rio 2016 games.
Great. Okay.
Meanwhile, you can play as Zavok in, like, 4 of them.
Replace Zavok with Omega, please. Please.
Actually, technically
please.
3, but still. Guys, come on. Omega.
Guys.
He's brilliant. But yes,
He's a funny guy.
Shadow the Hedgehog is a hot mess, but you know what? You do you, partner. And we got
Shadow
a
the
fan
Hedgehog
dub.
is a hot mess, but you know what? Sometimes a hot mess is really fucking fun.
Yeah. And
Or
if
at the
it's,
very least, funny.
if it's enough of a hot mess to get a fan dub, then can it really be that bad?
I will say, wherever I would have ranked Shadow the Hedgehog before I learned this, it goes up a few points for the fact that one of the 300... Because every single possible path through the game is named.
This I know.
It's insane. But one of those paths that ends at, like one of the 2 neutral endings, effectively, is called Machine Boys. And honestly,
you told me about Machine Boys.
That's hilarious to me.
But there is one of the ones that ends with the, I think it's like, semi-hero good ending where he's like, I've caused so much destruction. I should never... The one where Vector tries to dissuade him from suicide and doesn't actually help is literally called Shadow's Second Death.
Yeah, where it's just like, he fucking ejected himself into space.
This is what I love about Shadow the Hedgehog.
Hedgehog was not the imposter, honestly.
Shadow the Hedgehog could have been, like, the Ocarina of Time for the Sonic timeline, where everything branches out.
And it really wasn't.
But it just wasn't, and I wish it was. I wish that they had done so much more with this game, but the reaction to it was so bad that they didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole.
And
The
quite
closest
honestly,
the closest thing we've ever gotten to acknowledgement of Shadow the Hedgehog is Eggman briefly mentioning the Black Arms in Sonic Frontiers.
True, yeah. But honestly, genuinely, and it might be a bit controversial to put Heroes and Shadow so far apart, but honestly, beat it.
It is kind of fun to play.
Beat it for Shadow the Hedgehog. It's kind of fun. The fucking wall jump is, I think, better than the Heroes version, because you can run on the wall. And also, it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. Yeah,
there's a lot of variety with the gameplay.
Stupid, and it tries to take itself way too seriously sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
But that's a lot of fun to me. That is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Just watching, there's a reason the line, "Where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald?" became such a meme. It's because it's very funny. Tails
crashes his plane for literally no reason.
No,
he's literally just flying along and then his plane just stops working.
Yeah,
and Shadow's just like, okay.
Okay. Well, to be fair, I mean, let's be real.
Is the implication that he got shot out of the sky?
I assume, but genuinely, Mason, let's be real here. In Sonic games where Tails is in a plane at any point, how many of them are there that he never crashes it? How many? If Tails has a plane, he will crash it.
Yeah. I especially love the episode of the Sonic Boom cartoon where, Amy's like, you spend way too much time with your plane, and Knuckles is like, I think he loves it. Do you, Tails? Do you love your plane? I do. Oh, well, that took all the wind out of my sails.
Yeah, but...
and there's a flashback to all the times that they spent together, and after the flashback, Sonic's actually crying. And one of the scenes in the flashback is Tails throwing a ball at his plane, and it just bounces off the propeller.
Good shit.
But yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog is a meme and a half.
It's a meme and a half, but I love it for that. Truly, I love it for that. It's great. Now, over to... Anyway, Sonic Advance. Mason.
Right. Again, this is more your domain, because you actually managed to get through these, but I like Sonic Advance again conceptually. It's basically just like modern classic Sonic. You know,
yeah.
It's new Super Sonic Brothers.
Effectively, that is the kind of niche it falls into.
But Dimps' level design.
Oh well, we'll get to Dimps' level design. With Sonic Advance 1, I think the major pitfall of Advance 1 is Sonic controls decently well. I like controlling Sonic in that game. Tails controls decently well. I controls decently well. Amy, give it another pass, guys. Run it back, give it another go.
I think the reason why particularly Amy might be the problem is because Amy had never been in 2D before.
This is true.
They had no reference point.
However,
or they had less of a reference point.
Yeah. However, I think the level design in Sonic Advance 1 is pretty alright. You know, it's pretty decent. Yeah, there are some sloppy bits, but
the final boss is a bit of a mess.
It could certainly have been worse though.
I like the egg hammer tank.
I'll put it to B. Speaking of worse, Sonic Advance 2, the controls of Advance 2 I really like. I like the controls of Advance.
And Sonic Advance 2 gets fast, like really
it
fast.
Gets really fast. That can be a bit of a pitfall for it, though, because especially since it's on such a small screen, you end up in situations like where you're just like you're running, an obstacle comes up on the side of the screen, you jump, and because you're going so fast, even at the maximum jump height, the arc is such that you miss the thing you need to aim for, you fall into a bottomless pit, and you die. Yeah.
I like Cream the Rabbit. I'm glad that she is alive again. She's allowed to be in games now.
And, well, Cream is great, but Cream also is what keeps Sonic Advance 2 in C tier.
Yeah.
Because Cream just makes the whole game a fucking joke.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh no, the boss! Cheese! Get cheese! Get cheese! Get cheese! Get cheese!
I love how overpowered Cream is. Cream could have defeated Infinite.
Cream could have fucking trounced Infinite. Infinite just shows up and it's just like, I'm going to destroy the world. And then Cream just looks up. That's not very nice, mister.
You're being mister.
Kill him, Cheese. And then Cheese just pulls out her gun and kills Infinite. And Infinite's lying there on the ground clutching a fucking bullet. Oh, how could this happen? A mere child. And then Cream's just like, you should be nicer to people, mister. Kick! Kills him instantly.
He like Mega Man explodes.
Yeah, no, he like disappears in like a perfectly cut screen.
Yeah. Also, returning again to the Olympic Games, you want to know how many Creams playable in?
How many?
1. Not even 1.5 this time. She is only playable in the 3DS version of Rio. She appears in the other games sometimes. And she has
she's an officiator in several of them. It's just like, no. Cream, you're too young to attend the Olympics as a competitor. However, you are just the right person to fucking run the Olympics.
And shout out to Charai5. She has an entirely missable side story in the Tokyo game where she wears a yukata and where Cheese wears a happy coat. They made models and renders for this character in a different outfit, and yet you can entirely miss her contribution to the game story.
Damn. Rip. Advance 3.
Now I like the partner mechanic of Advance 3.
I think
that's pretty cool.
The partner mechanic. It's great, and I do like the sort of like mixed abilities you can get.
And I love Gemerald.
Some of the level, Gemerald is great.
Gemerald needs to return. Bring Gemerald back. He's still alive.
He's still alive. He's still canon. Bring him back. Come on, like at least show him in a cutscene.
Yeah.
Like what?
I'm honestly surprised that Frontiers didn't mention Gemerald.
Yeah, strange. But I will say, some of the level design is a bit clunky.
Yeah.
But it's better than 2. And the game is a little bit slower, so it still feels fast. But you still have any chance. You still have any chance to, you know, interact with necessary stage mechanics.
Yeah.
So for that, goes above Advance 1.
Now 100%ing Advance 3, on the other hand, where you have to hunt for 10 Chow in each stage.
Kill me rather than that. It's bad. Next. You know what? Next, Sonic Pocket Adventure.
I don't know very much about this game.
It's going in C tier because it is just Sonic 2 but worse.
Okay.
It's literally all of the levels from Sonic 2 in order, renamed.
Yeah.
It is just a port of Sonic 2 that pretends it's a new game.
Wow. So it's identity theft.
It's identity theft, the video game.
It's the tax evasion Sonic game.
It truly is. It truly is. Because, like, the interesting thing about Pocket Adventure is it does have cutscenes as well. It does change a few things. And what it is it's the game that has the transition between classic and modern Sonic.
I like that.
Like,
so
at
basically,
the start of the game,
we're never going to see
at the start of the game, Eggman's in his classic design. And then later in the game, I think about the same time as the Death Egg, he changes outfit.
Oh, nice. So basically, we're never going to see a Mania-esque reimagining of Pocket Adventure.
No.
Or if we do, it'll be the final Sonic game ever released.
Yeah. The timeline reconvergence.
This is just like that movie, Avengers Endgame.
We're
you're like
finally
Thanos,
calling it
and you're like the
Mobius
other
again.
half of the population that got erased.
We're finally calling it Mobius again.
Oh, never.
That'll be the day, Sonic Battle.
I like Emerald. He's dead.
I don't like Sonic Battle.
No, I hear that
really
Sonic
don't
Battle
like
isn't all it's cracked up to be.
I like Emerald. Emerald is alright.
Another
for the
another
early
one-shot
part of the game-
robot who we've never seen again.
Yeah, but also for the early part of the game, a lot of it, like, with my modern brain, I'm like, this isn't an engaging character. This is ChatGPT.
Yeah.
This is ChatGPT, the Sonic character.
But then he spends time with
Please
Knuckles
die
and starts
faster.
talking like a... he starts talking like a swooner. He's like, well, I'm just chilling here, sweetheart. Like, talking to Amy, and I'm like, what?
It's like, why did he talk like that after copying Knuckles? What?
Did he, like, overhear someone flirting in, like, the casino area?
That's
Chowty5's explanation.
Did he overhear a conversation between Knuckles and Rouge and misinterpret?
And he calls Amy mom and then says, your punch got not juice, fool.
And it's like, no.
The greatest typo in history.
I'm putting in D tier, because also, the gameplay is a bit shit.
Yeah. Which is a shame, especially considering that, you know, a lot of, like, Sonic animations like to rip sprites and animations and
Sonic
like,
Battle's
stuff in this game.
animations are great.
Oh yeah, it looks brilliant, but this is a
looks
Sonic CD
great.
case where it looks great.
But plays kind of arse.
Yeah.
So it's even in the same fucking tier as CD.
But I'll
So-
say this, it handles
You know
Shadow pretty well.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
it doesn't give him amnesia.
It's one of the best, like, characterizations for Shadow.
Yeah, I'd say it handles the characters pretty well.
Yeah, like, he's edgy, but he's not, like, literally Sasuke Uchiha Vegeta.
It's
But,
strange
like,
that some of
you
the weaker Sonic games handle the characters fairly well. Some
Definitely.
of the
Yeah,
weaker Sonic games.
Some of the weaker Sonic games. Anyway. What next? Let's have a look. Now to get to my heated opinions.
Yep, this is all you. I've only got one thing to say. Have a nice fall, you stupid bit. Do you? I love that meme.
Definitely. That's great. Okay. So
And
here's
Blaze is
my
a great
thoughts.
character, but
Oh yeah. Here's my thoughts on Sonic Rush. The music is great.
I'm gonna be honest. I was never in love with the music.
I quite like it.
The only one I really like is well, I like Water Palace and I like the Sonic Blaze boss fight and the final boss as well. Which
Yeah, true.
you remember when we were watching Sonic stop motion adventures, and they used Wrapped in Black in like every episode.
It's like, God, please.
But it is a good song.
It's a good song, but like, there's such a thing as overplay.
And this game also introduced a character whose name I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, because our accents kind of make it a dangerous
And
one.
the Sonic team
Put
is
him
afraid
on
to
screen.
confirm which version of him is the canon version.
I'll put him on screen. If you know, you know. But
He's playable in more Olympic games than freaking Omega and Cream are as well.
Bring back Omega! Anyway, Blaze, love her to death. Brilliant. Great character. One of my personal favourites.
Yeah, she's based as hell. I wish she appeared more as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters that should
Like,
bring
she
back.
would have been pretty helpful in Forces.
She would have been brilliant in Forces.
You don't want to
We'll
pay
get to
Laura
Forces
Bailey?
later. We will get there. We will get there. Blaze, brilliant. The music, great. The stage, like, designs, the look for them.
Oh,
the
yeah.
graphics, love it. The gameplay,
yes.
in terms of the raw movement controls, love it. The story, brilliant.
You do get a
The
bit
stage
bombarded.
layout.
Yeah, I was going to say you do get a bit bombarded by the air tricks, but yeah. Oh, Dimps, you need to go back to Green Hill Zone and learn a few things.
Yeah, the layout, the raw, the sheer absolute state of the layouts. There were so many bottomless pits.
What is it?
There
Altitude
are
limit?
other obstacles.
Is it
Yes.
altitude limit? That's like the
Yeah, I'm
mega
at my
fader.
fucking altitude limit right
Yeah.
here. It's so bad.
Send in the egg fleet so that it can
Oh my
create
God.
some things that I can land on in altitude limit.
It is so. It is.
Was it altitude
Oh
limit
my God.
specifically that made you rage quit?
It was altitude limit. Act 1 didn't even get halfway through before I just went, nah, I value my life.
You did not have a
And if I
nice
keep
fall,
this
and you are
going,
not
I'm
a
gonna
stupid
have a
bitch.
fucking heart attack. I'm gonna have an aneurysm. I'm gonna have a stroke. I'm so angry.
So with all that said, where do you want to put Rush?
I'm putting it in B tier. It
That's
would be S tier
Yes.
if it weren't for the layout. The layout is so bad we skip all of A tier.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It is... and it is end of B tier. It is bottom of B.
Yeah.
It is this close
It is
C
one
tier
it
with
is
how
one-
bad it is.
It is one iota above mid.
Genuinely. Shadow the Hedgehog, Chaotix, R, 3D Blast. I like all of these games more than Rush in their totality, because while Rush has so many things that are better than all of these games, those games have stage layouts that don't make me want to commit violent crimes.
Sonic Rush, if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, it's like taking a nice pleasant walk down a nice autumn path. And then right as you get to the end of the path, from underneath a pile of leaves, you step on a fucking chainsaw that's switched on and it chops your leg off.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's like you're having a lovely walk down the beach with your friends, and it's a wonderful time. You're having a great time with your friends.
Yeah.
The scenery is wonderful. The feel of the place is amazing, and then you get to the end of the beach, and you are immediately assaulted by 12 rabid dogs.
It's like a fucking shark leaps out of the ocean and eats you.
Oh, it is the worst. It is the
like-
worst feeling.
It's like the scene in Despicable Me where the shark goes for Gru and he punches it in the face, except you don't punch it in the face.
Yeah, except I don't punch it. No, I did punch it in the face. Me leaving was
Yeah.
me punching it in the face.
You are Gru.
I dodged so many missiles with that one.
Yeah.
It was... Oh, it sucks. I hate the stage layouts in Rush. Because if they were just a bit better, I would adore Sonic Rush. If they were just not so terrible, even if they were improved enough to like make me upset, but not that level of upset,
Yeah.
it would be in S tier still.
Yeah. That's
It
fair
would
enough.
still go into S tier, but I cannot overlook it.
Now then.
Because it blows chunks.
Yeah. Now then, how do we feel about Sonic Rush Adventure? I feel like we should do that one next.
Oh, yes, there we go. Sonic Rush
Because-
Adventure.
From what I understand, Rush Adventure has better level design, but everything else in the game is worse.
I think, honestly, from that, even with, like, Marine...
Yeah, Marine's annoying.
Marine's annoying, we know this, but that's her shtick.
The like, resource collecting and the, like, ship mini-games that are just there for filler, and the story is a mess with Captain Whiskers, who nobody cares about, and it's definitely... It's like it took a look at Wind Waker and was like, oh, we should do that with Sonic, but then Phantom Hourglass also came out, and they were like, oh, well, we're still going to make this game.
Hey, though.
Yeah, I'd say on the whole...
Genuinely, if the level designs are better, hey, I don't... everything else falls to the wayside. Please.
It's called Rush Adventure, because you know what the adventure games have? Things that are considered by the fans to be... Things that are considered by the fans to be filler and unnecessary.
But good level design.
There you go. Checkmate, Sonic fans. Now then, I wonder what we're going to talk about next.
What I'm going to talk about next is Sonic Pinball Party.
Well,
It is a pinball game.
It's a pinball game. Sonic does that a lot.
Yep. My man loves gambling. Well, like he likes gambling with the quality of his fucking games.
You could always try investing in the stock market. Knuckles, how many times do I have to tell you this? Investing in the stock market is not a sound business strategy. Hey, I made $3 off the stock market. Cash money.
D. I played it. The controls
D for
were
$3.
They were a bit shit. D for $3. Now, what do you think we're going to talk about next of this array?
Sonic Riders.
You know, we could.
It did technically come out in 2005.
We could. But what I'm going to talk about instead is something that came beforehand.
Oh.
Because if you remember, of course, this is all of the media.
Yes.
Sonic X.
Oh, how could I forget? Well...
What? What was that?
I don't know. But the thing is that... You remember when I said that I've never seen any of Sonic SatAM? The one after that, of which I've seen the least, is Sonic X. With the sole exception of the clip that you showed earlier in the video that I alluded to.
Roll it again.
Shit!
Sonic X is on Netflix. That I mixed those two words together. So I could, in theory, watch it. Now, here's what I understand about Sonic X. I understand that most of it is pretty freaking weird and not all that good. But eventually, it adapts the adventure games and does so quite well. And afterwards is the Meta-X saga, which I understand is universally acclaimed.
Oh yes, basically, here's how it goes.
Here's how the story goes. We find out there's a Sonic in the real world. No doubt. Chris Thorndike is gonna sing.
Do not do this. You do not have to do this.
I can't do any more. I can't think of any more.
Good. Please don't, then. Anyway.
I mean, it was made by 4Kids.
But you know what? Play the clip of them singing the fucking national anthem. Play the clip of, like, Sonic.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
singing
that.
The American national anthem. A real, actual thing they did.
And now, the stars of 4Kids will sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see?
4Kids is such a meme, guys. They made Meta Knight Mexican. They made Seto Kaiba jump out the window from imaginary guns, and they made Sonic X.
They made Sonic X. Stop. That's all you need.
Gotta go fast.
Oh, and they made Sanji fucking suck a fucking lollipop the entire time.
He just has low blood sugar.
Just has a low blood sugar, guys.
He's Paul Blart Mall Cop.
He's Paul Blart Mall Cop.
He should have been. That's the next One Piece character. Catch a Brawl Spoil. Paul Blart Mall Cop.
God. Anyway.
I've never read One Piece. I'm sorry to
Anyway.
One Piece fans.
Anyway. So with with Sonic X, here's the eras of Sonic X.
Yeah.
First section, it's just Sonic and the gang in the human world. It's a bunch of episodic shit. There's one where they play baseball for a Chaos Emerald, like Eggman and Sonic and the heroes like bargain on like, okay, whoever wins this game of all-American baseball gets this gets the Chaos Emerald.
Oh my god, was that the inspiration for the baseball scene in the first Sonic movie?
Hope not.
That'd be really cool.
I'm really hoping it wasn't. There's another episode where Eggman makes like an evil robot teacher to like indoctrinate the kids into the Eggman Empire, but Chris Thorndike goes, nah, and the teacher then goes, actually, I like teaching students and I want the best for them, and then Eggman blows him up.
Oh.
And Eggman fully murders him.
Okay, so I know which version of Eggman this show has. It has the dark version from Sonic Underground, right?
Yeah, it has.
It's one thing to threaten people, but when you actually hurt someone, that's going too far.
Oh, we'll get to that. Then we have the adaptations in. Oh yeah, there's also that episode where like Sonic and Knuckles fight. That's fun. It's always fun to see Sonic and Knuckles have a little scrap.
Yeah.
That's a good time.
I like how Sonic games are still trying to make out that Sonic and Knuckles are rivals. Like, they're not rivals anymore, they're friends. They've been friends since Heroes.
Those two are buddies, but they're like friends who like talk shit about each other to each other's faces,
Yeah.
and that's their love language. That's what Sonic and Knuckles are.
Like, again, Frontiers does this perfectly.
Sonic and Knuckles are the friends who just bully the shit out of each other, but but keep it in reason, you know? Anyway, then you've got the adaptations. You've got the Sonic Adventure adaptation, SA2 adaptation. For some reason, Battle, and that was the three they went for. And the thing
Wait,
is,
so was Emerald in? Oh yeah, of course he was.
yeah,
I'm seeing it in my mind's eye now. Where Sonic X Emerald. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. The adaptations were not amazing. They were serviceable.
Yeah, and the Chaotix was in the was in Sonic X as well, even though they weren't in the adventure games.
But yeah, no, genuinely, the Chaotix. I think the Chaotix in X, that's where they were at their peak. Like
Yeah,
Heroes
cause
of X is where they were the greatest.
Because X introduced the new voice cast, so it was after Heroes.
Yeah, because genuinely,
That always trips me up.
charming, annoying, but relatively fun. Espio, always a good time when Espio's there. And honestly, Vector simping for Vanilla,
Yeah, I love that.
good time there.
This is why Vector's my second favorite Sonic character, because he acts like a real person.
That
He
man
worries
is a simp, and
He's a simp. He worries about the rent. He's in deep with fucking mobsters, and he wants to just be able to eat dinner tonight. That's my favorite line from Free Riders.
This man just wants food and shelter. This man is at the lowest tier of like the fucking Maslow pyramid. He is in deep and down bad, and honestly, same, bro.
Fair.
You live your life, man. In good luck.
And his like the people he spends the majority of his time with are an actual ninja and a 6-year-old.
And an actual child that he's basically.
And like how old does the Sonic Heroes manual say that he is?
What, Vector?
Yeah.
20.
I was gonna say I couldn't remember if it was 18 or 20.
That's a 20-year-old man. He's into MILFs.
Yeah.
Base take. Based and understandable.
The adaptations
you want to know
were
what else?
reasonable.
Vanilla owns a house. Vanilla owns a house, which means Vector's looking at that and be like, God damn, I get to live in a house, not sleep on the floor of my own detective agency. God damn!
Vector is basically Saul Goodman.
She's the perfect woman. She has
Better
a
text
functional
Vex.
life. She has a functional life.
God, now I want to
That's
hear.
it. That's all I need.
I want to hear a Better Call Saul intro remix of the Team Chaotix song from Heroes.
Yeah, true.
As the theme song for the show. Better text Vec.
No, that's okay. We'll get to it, but that's the real name of the show that Vector's on in the Boom canon.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. But then there's the Meta-X saga after the adaptations. Honestly, the SA2 adaptation, it's not good. Like the SA1, the SA1 one. The SA1 adaptation, I'm not super familiar with. The Battle one, I'm pretty sure it's just a tournament arc.
Yeah.
But the SA2 adaptation is kind of bad.
Yeah. But I do like the expansion on the story that after Eggman blows up half the moon, he rebuilds it, but then has it turned so that there's less sunlight, and so he sells like artificial sunlight to people, and that was his plan all along.
The fucking Mr. O'Hare Air over here.
Yeah.
God damn. I can't believe I just unironically referenced the Lorax.
No, you know what? It's a fair enough reference. It's more valid than most of the references I make.
You're not wrong there. Anyway, but the Meta-X saga, real recognize real. The Meta-X saga though, the Meta-X saga is genuinely like the Scourge arc, where it's like if I was ranking this on its own, I would consider it for peak tier.
Rip Cosmo.
Rip Cosmo, but I'm different. Honestly, for the Meta-X arc alone, I gotta put it in B tier.
Fair enough.
But for the adaptations, I can't put it higher than B tier.
Yeah, you can't put it as high as either of the adventure games.
It is just an objectively worse version of those stories.
Okay, put it directly. Put it
gameplay.
in within the tier. Put it
It's
directly
B.
underneath the other animations.
We've got to put them in a cluster.
Yeah, so that people can see them all together.
We've got to make sure that we put Boom here. Oh,
Yeah,
spoilers.
exactly there.
Spoilers.
That's where it belongs.
Anyway, next, to put off something obvious. To do the obvious thing a little later. Riders.
It's the Adam Sandler signal.
Now,
Riders. Now, I've not
outside
played
of the fandom.
Yes, the fandom is
Riders.
brilliant. I've not played any of the Riders games. I once upon a time I would have probably referred to it as a Mario Kart ripoff. I now understand that Riders is actually a very nuanced game. It's very well made, and it has a lot of game depth to the point where people still
Every
play it to this
racing
day.
game is a Mario Kart ripoff.
Well.
My God.
Well, there are other Sonic
Every
racing games
single one.
which are clearly more inspired by Mario Kart in the Sonic series. Let's be honest with that. But Riders, you know, I can give Riders the not the benefit of the doubt, but the commendation of standing above.
Riders, it's alright.
And I like the Babylon Rogues.
Oh yeah, the Babylon.
I like
Rogues
all three
are
of them.
great.
At least in the first two games.
Like genuinely, that's the thing. Wave. I love her being a snarky bitch at Tails.
Yes. I like how
like-
that happens in one cutscene, then Tails remembers it like
Yeah.
2 days later and
Yeah.
makes reference to it, even though that's not what him and his friends are talking about.
Like Tails thinks Wave's his fucking nemesis, and Wave's just like, "Who are you again?"
And I like the scene
Actual
between
child.
Knuckles and Storm, where they literally
Yeah,
just
yeah.
pick her over nothing.
Yeah.
And then
like,
murder an
Jet and
innocent
Sonic-
bystander.
Jet and Sonic are brilliant.
And I love
Wave
how
and
Jet...
Tails have a
Jet-
fun dynamic of, again, Tails thinks Wave is his fucking nemesis, and Wave's just like, "Who are you?" And,
I like how...
Storm is Boom Knuckles.
Yeah, he's funny.
Storm is just Boom Knuckles, but done like a decade earlier.
Yeah. I do love how Jet is also voiced by Jason Griffith.
True.
It's you know what's honestly surprising to me is that Silver isn't voiced by Jason Griffith.
Everyone that could be a rival to Sonic is Jason Griffith.
And if Metal Sonic had appeared between Shadow and Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic and the Black Knight, I wouldn't have
Well,
been surprised if he was also voiced by Jason Griffith.
To speak, if he had been allowed to speak, because he appeared
Sometimes
in
he is, sometimes he isn't.
Well, no, he appears in the Rivals games, and his voice.
Yeah, he doesn't speak in Rivals 2,
is
does he?
canonically just Eggman talking through a fucking mic.
Yeah, which is a shame, because he should have also been voiced by Jason Griffith. That man is
should have just
overtime paycheck.
made a running gag of every single. Eventually, they'd have ended up making like Amy voiced by Jason Griffith
It's
and
like
Knuckles by Jason Griffith.
It's like the meme about how Don Cheadle was the first actor in the MCU to replace someone else, so that if anyone was ever replaced again, they should be replaced with Don Cheadle, and eventually it's just the DCEU, the Don Cheadle extended universe.
Yeah, the Cheadleverse.
The villain of Space Jam 2.
Main villain of Space Jam 2.
But yeah, good old Jason.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Riders. I'm gonna say it's a high C.
And it has a fun story as well.
It's a very high.
A battle for the Chaos Emeralds that
C.
swiftly takes a hard left into ancient civilizations and genies made out of Play-Doh that don't complete their sentences.
Yeah, it's a fun time.
And then in zero gravity they're space genies, which means that two separate alien civilizations inadvertently ended up on the same planet, and both had an idolization of the Chaos Emeralds.
With genies.
Yeah.
It's a very. If I had 2 nickels for every time an alien civilization landed on Earth and it idolized the Chaos Emeralds and had genies with them, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah. Should we talk about the other Riders games while we're here?
I think we've been putting off the inevitable for long enough. This wasn't. We knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
It's Sonic 06.
I mean,
I will say,
go in A.
Yeah. It's going in E, but it cannot go in. It cannot go in dumb stinky doo doo fart tier.
No, absolutely not.
Because the music and the potential the game had saved it from that fate.
And you know what? I'm gonna say this. You can talk crap on the story all you like. I think that Sonic 06 handles its characters well.
Shadow has literally never been better. Shadow has never been
is
better
at
than
his
06.
best. And Silver is a brilliant character.
Blaze being there is good.
Yeah, Blaze is fun. It's a shame that Blaze never interacts with Sonic.
Amy is a pretty good character there. Omega's pretty good. Rouge is pretty good.
Omega's brilliant. I love
Knuckles,
the
Tails, Sonic, Eggman.
I mean, Knuckles and Tails aren't in it as much, but they don't need to be because they're just kind of there to be Sonic cheerleaders.
They're still pretty good in it. They're still pretty solid.
I like the moment when
Mephiles
Knuckles tries to break.
fucking villain.
Knuckles tries to break them out of Eggman's trap. Mephiles is a brilliant villain, even though his plan is a little bit confusing.
Super solid villain. Super solid villain.
I love the character dilemma that Omega goes through when he realizes that he was the one who was sent to capture Shadow, which canonically proves that Omega is the most dangerous character in the world after Shadow.
He can stop Shadow, full stop.
Yeah, and did. But I think genuinely, also, Elise and Sonic's friendship, yes,
if they had kept it as a friendship, would have been real fun. I would have liked that if they had kept it as a friendship.
Call me a freaking deviant, but I think a romance between Elise and Sonic could have worked. But it did not get nearly enough time in the oven.
Oh, it did not. No, that shit is.
And that is the Achilles heel of Sonic 06.
Yeah, everything is undercooked.
It just did not have enough time.
Killer flaw.
Anniversaries are Sonic's kryptonite.
No, anniversaries ending in a 5 are Sonic's kryptonite.
Yeah.
5th
there
anniversary,
is only one.
Nothing. 10th anniversary, Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah, fair
15th anniversary, 06, Sonic Genesis. Riders, if you don't like Riders for some reason.
Well, no, Riders was 2005.
Oh yeah, fair enough. So Genesis and 06.
Yeah.
20th, Generations.
Yeah, what the hell am I talking about?
25th?
Sonic Boom Fire and Ice? I guess. What? Did anything else come out in 2016 for Sonic?
Mania.
Mario and
Mania
Sonic at the
was-
Rio 2016 Olympic Games.
Yeah. And Mania, that was pretty good. But you want to know what else was
Mania
the
was-
official 25th anniversary game?
Yeah, wasn't Mania 2017?
No, that was Forces. Forces was delayed. Mania was 16.
I thought Mania also came out in 2017.
It might have, but either way, they were
Like
both
early 2017.
officially. Either way, they were both officially meant to be for the 25th anniversary, which is again Forces, Rio Olympics, fucking, not great. 30th anniversary, Frontiers.
We'll get to Frontiers.
We'll get to Frontiers. I quite like Frontiers.
Oh
We'll
yeah,
get
well I
to
mean
it.
yes.
It's
But we'll get to
definitely a
Frontiers.
good one. It's a good one.
Yeah, I guess Sonic 06 and
It's going
Genesis
in
are
the
the
upper
exceptions that
half
prove
of-
the rule.
It's going in the upper half of the tier list.
Dude, I talked to you about my feelings on Frontiers before we started, but we're gonna save it for when we get to Frontiers because I have a lot to say.
Yeah, but genuinely, the anniversary's ending in 5. Never fun.
Yeah.
I don't want to see what Sonic's cooking for 2026 because it's gonna make me shit furiously.
Hopefully it has as much time put into it as Sonic Frontiers did.
Oh dear God, I hope it does. And I hope all of that time's put in before release.
Yes.
Because I hate fucking that as a thing.
Yeah. Please finish your games before you release them.
Please, I'm begging you. Here's one that we forgot from before that. Sonic Shuffle.
Oh, Sonic Shuffle. Oh, you remember when I gave Riders praise for not being a Mario Kart ripoff?
Me when the carbuncle eats itself. What
But
does that mean?
I'm sorry, frickin' Callie McKen, but Sonic Shuffle.
Explain
No.
yourself, please.
And you want to know what the saddest thing is? There are actually some Mario Party games that play kind of like Sonic Shuffle.
They're probably not very good ones.
Yeah. Then.
Yeah, and the boards
Thank you, Mario Party
are
Island.
so bad. The boards are so bad, and the card mechanic, it could have worked.
And the music is schizophrenic, and the mini games are all. The mini games are worse than Mario Party 1 mini games.
It's just not good. It's a bad fucking party game. I would much rather play fucking Crash Bash than this.
I'd rather play the party mode of Secret Rings.
Yeah. It's not good. It's not a
Speaking of Secret Rings,
yeah, I suppose it's about time for Secret Rings.
now, here's the thing about Secret Rings. I know that Sonic Heroes was probably the first Sonic game I ever played, but that was at an after-school club. Sonic and the Secret Rings was the first Sonic game that I ever owned.
So what are your thoughts on Secret Rings?
Now, it's not very good. It's not
It
a very
really
good
is.
game.
It's not
The controls are the biggest problem. The fact that you have to unlock better controls is kind of whack.
like genuinely just put those in on me at
Yeah.
the moment you start.
Your arms are gonna hate yourself after you play this game. But if we're talking, I mean, you know what? Honestly, Sonic and the Secret Rings is kind of a lot like Sonic CD. Artistically, it's brilliant. The setting, the premise is just rich and beautiful and unique, and the music is underrated as hell. If we ever do a Sonic music tier list, I'm gonna have a lot to say about those songs.
Oh yeah. Let the Speed Mend it is fucking solid.
I mean, people stop at Let the Speed Mend
fucking-
it. There's so many fucking amazing songs
The
in that game.
fucking Eraser Jin fight.
Oh, yeah.
The final boss, obviously, 7 Rings in Hand, is
The
a
one-
fucking good one.
The one that I always point to is the first boss, the Sand Scorpion.
That's
Poison
that's a
Spear
good one
is the
as
name of the song. That is one of my favourites. It's a banger.
I think the reason people don't rate 7 Rings in Hand alongside things like His World, Night of the Wind, Live and Learn, the reason
Yeah.
people don't usually rate 7 Rings in Hand along with those is because every single menu plays the instrumental
Yeah.
for 7 Rings in Hand.
Oh,
And
yeah,
as I
yeah.
said earlier,
It's a bit overbearing.
Overplay is a thing, my guy. Please do not overplay it.
Yeah.
We've had enough.
Let the Speed Mend It was the one from the game that kind of broke out. Like, I mean, it was in freaking Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games as a like a random unlockable. Which and we'll get to Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games soon enough.
Yeah, they'll probably.
And that was also like 2007, 2008 time.
Yeah,
so it was very recent. But yeah. I wouldn't say I have nostalgia for Sonic and the Secret Rings because I can't remember when I actually played it, but I've definitely had it for a long time. I feel like, you know, there's definitely a lot worse. So for that purpose, I think putting it in D tier is fair enough. I do think it kind of belongs on the same sort of pedigree as CD and Heroes, at least in my perception, because I wouldn't choose to play it again, but you know, if you're able to stick with it, you'll probably be rewarded in the long run.
The tiers are unordered, so yeah, I will say.
And I mean, the party mode is
makes sense.
Party mode is a meme, but you know it's there. It at least has a multiplayer.
It exists, and that is something you can say about it.
Yeah. Now I've never played Black Knight, so I don't know how it stacks up in comparison.
We'll get to Black Knight in a second. First, Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Unleashed.
I have only played the Wii version, and I can't even remember how far I got with that version.
I have played the Wii version, and I think I played a little bit of the HD version.
Now,
the
as
HD
I understand
version
it,
is pretty damn. It is better.
The HD version is better on the whole. Yes.
It's going to be a tier up from where we put the Wii version. The Wii version is not going in S tier.
There are two things that the Wii version, as far as I can tell, has over the HD version. Firstly, the Gaia Gate. That song is beautiful. And it's not in the HD version. It's a beautiful, beautiful song. Secondly, the final boss in the Wii version is like so much better than the HD version, because in the Wii version you don't have to destroy your X button. Instead, you get to play Punch Out.
Oh hell yeah!
But besides
Punch Out as giant, like
yes,
as a giant.
You get to play Kaiju Punch Out.
Hell yes, that's better as fuck, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, but besides that, the HD version is definitely.
I'd say
it's definitely better.
Unleashed to B tier with you.
Yes.
Unleashed HD to A tier with you.
And I'm glad that people have come around on Unleashed, because obviously people used to hate.
The Werehog isn't. The Werehog is not great.
It's not great, but it's not the worst thing in the series.
It's not abysmal. It's like Labyrinth, where it's like, yeah, it's not great. I don't like it, but it's not like the death of the franchise.
Overhated.
That happened 2 years ago, guys. Come on, catch up.
And I think an alternate universe where Sonic 06 had been called Sonic Adventure 3 and Sonic Unleashed had been called Sonic Adventure 4 would be a very interesting universe to live in, because this, I mean, it's known in Japan as the World Adventure, and
yeah, Sonic World Adventure. Yeah.
It's very much it very much began life as a Sonic Adventure game, and I'm not the biggest fan of Chip, but I know why people like him.
I like Chip well enough.
I like the concept of the Werehog. I absolutely love the opening cutscene. It's like they could make an entire movie out of that opening cutscene.
Next up, Sonic Rivals, and I'll put 2 up here as well. We'll rank them both. Here. Sonic Rivals.
Sonic Rivals is
Sonic Rivals 1.
I've played neither of them. The thing about Sonic Rivals,
I've only played 2.
Yeah. The thing about Sonic Rivals is that these are the games that were made to basically canonize Silver the Hedgehog. Like, these games do the same for Silver that Sonic Heroes did for Shadow. Like, basically make him a thing in the world again. And I feel like they definitely went about it in a very funny way, but you know what? Whatever works. Now, Sonic Rivals 2 is twice the game that Sonic Rivals 1 is, in all of the worst ways. In that you literally have to play it twice as much to be able to finish it. And it's almost exactly the same every time you play it. But the one thing that Sonic Rivals 2 has over Sonic Rivals 1 is the song Race to Win. I was introduced to this song thanks to the 3DS version of Sonic Generations, and Race to Win goes so fucking hard.
That's, yeah, fair.
But the rest of the music in the game is absolute dog shit.
I will say, though, I will be ranking Sonic Rivals 2 a little higher than Sonic Rivals 1 for two incredibly petty reasons. And their names are Espio the Chameleon and Metal Sonic.
Yeah. And they also have voice acting, which is really unexpected.
Those are the reasons.
And granted, some of the inflection on the voice acting is a little bit
Well,
off.
one of them has voice acting.
You know what?
The other one has Eggman's voice acting.
And it has Eggman taking pictures of the world and trapping things in photos. Eggman gained the stand Atom Heartfather somehow.
I think we'll see a tier work for you for these two.
Yeah,
or,
fair
or
enough.
are we?
Because they're
Bunking them
like,
down
you know,
or something
they're not
like that.
offensive. They're just kind of
Yeah.
strange games that exist and also feature a character whose name I can't say. And I think these games are canon,
Accent.
and the Rush games aren't canon. But it's very confusing. That particular character makes the entire Sonic timeline very confusing, and I would appreciate it if Sega gave us an explanation.
I would also appreciate if Sega let Silver do things again.
Yeah. I mean, that one of the best moments in Forces is Silver actually getting to, you know, interact
Do
with
something.
Infinite.
Yeah,
That's like
genuinely,
the best
Silver
cutscene
being-
in all of Forces.
Yeah, genuinely, it's. We'll get to Forces. We keep.
And
we
I
keep,
also
we
love
keep
how
teasing our opinions on Forces. We'll get to Forces.
I like how a lot of Sonic games are kind of frustrated with the incongruity between Rush Rivals and 06, because in both Colours DS and the Olympic Winter Games for DS, which both came out around 2009-2010, they both make reference to the fact that like Blaze and Silver have like history with each other that neither of them know about. Like in Colours DS, in Sweet Mountain, like the side missions, one of them is with Silver and one of them is with Blaze, and then the third one is with both of them. And Tails is like, hey, we're all friends. Sonic's like, they're like bickering because they're like, oh, I could have dealt with those robots without you, blah blah blah. And Sonic's like, oh, come on guys, we're all friends here, no need to fight. And Blaze is like, oh, well, I suppose it was an easier fight for your help. And Silver's like, it almost feels like we've partnered up before. And Tails is like, oh, maybe you were partners some other time. And I'm like, that's really unexpected, but also a really good way to introduce them to one another. And then in Winter Games, they're just like hanging out with each other all the time. Like when you first meet them, they're working as a team, and it's like
honestly, genuinely,
it's always been
especially with Silver's newer, more like utterly naive, blind to the world, like.
Well, I mean, he was always
characterization in
naive.
recent
Thank you, Blaze.
Well, yeah, he was always naive, but like, I mean, like to the point where he is completely socially inept, and I love him for that. To
Yeah.
be clear, I love socially inept Silver.
Yeah,
I
Silver's
feel
a great
like
character.
Silver and Blaze, both being these two equally, yet in opposite ways, socially inept spods,
Yeah,
kind of makes them a golden duo.
Yeah.
I want to see these two interact and not know how to deal with social situations for completely different reasons, and somehow they balance out to actually functionally dealing with the situation.
You could make an entire sitcom about Silver and Blaze.
100% action sitcom with Silver and Blaze.
It
Fucking.
doesn't even need to be an action sitcom. It's literally just like
I mean, true,
like
but
Mike
I mean,
and
if you've
Melissa,
got
but with
true,
Blaze
but
and
if you've got Silver and Blaze, you need to have
might as
some
well.
like
And, like,
pyrokinesis,
they're the main
psychokinesis
characters, and like
going
Sonic
on.
is like a side character who's always like,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
what's going on
Sonic
with
is the Fonz. Sonic is the Fonz, and he just struts in, people cheer, and then he just immediately leaves stage left.
God, I really
He
want
just
that to exist now.
walks through the back. I want this now.
A Silver and Blaze sitcom.
We gotta do something with this. We gotta find a way to make something happen with this. We gotta find the channels. Anyway, from a brilliant idea, about a bunch of characters written really well that I want to see interact, here's a game with none of that. With none of that. Sonic. Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood is the game that ruined the Sonic franchise.
Fanfiction.net dialogue.
Genuinely,
Microsoft Paint music.
Genuinely, it is worse than 06.
Cutscenes that were made in a lunch break.
It has
a real-life
worse
lawsuit,
story.
thanks to none other than Ken Penders.
Yeah, it has a
and
worse
a cliffhanger
story.
that will never be resolved.
Yeah, it has worse graphics, worse music, worse gameplay. I'm pretty sure it has worse glitches. It has
even sullied the name of the Chow Garden.
It has worse Chow than ever before. It has worse... It has a worse story, and it has characters that are so poorly written, they actively ruined characters from a completely different canon.
Yeah. Also,
this is
Amy,
the reason we don't have Scourge.
Amy has he goes to a different school boyfriend, and Rouge is flirting with Sonic all of a sudden.
It's like, no, Rouge, no, you misread the script. You're supposed to be
Omega's
flirting with Knuckles.
written like...
He's right there!
Omega's written like the droid from the Knights of the Old Republic games. He says meatbags now. I don't like it when Omega says meatbags.
I don't like it. Like, it's just everything is wrong. Everything
Also,
is
all
wrong.
the human characters look like Disney characters. Like pre-Renaissance Disney characters.
I think we can agree. Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. E-tier. It's
a meme, but not as fun of a meme.
It's an easy E tier and a heavy contender for dumb, stinky, doo-doo fart tier.
Yeah, because a Sonic RPG really could have worked.
It could have. That's what
But
Adventure was originally gonna be. This one, bad.
Absolutely not.
Great
job, BioWare. Try again next time. I'm sure you'll have a massive effect on the Sonic franchise. See what I did there?
I don't like what you did there. I see it. I don't appreciate.
I resent that.
I resent that.
Okay.
Next. What to do next? Let's go.
Zero Gravity.
You know what? Actually, what we'll do is we'll lean in to the Olympics a little bit at a time. First off, Sonic Athletics. From this
Wasn't
name,
this like a very, very early phone game?
No. No, it wasn't. I want you to guess what it is.
A Sonic game where he does sports?
No.
Oh no, is this like one of those like step counter apps?
Not quite, but you're close. It's a treadmill game. You run on a treadmill.
Sonic personal trainer. You know what? They should do that. You know those like Peloton like bike things where they have like instructors like actually encouraging you while you ride? They should do that with Sonic. Like, well, I could go faster, but you're doing all right.
No. I want multiple different versions of it. You've got one with Amy where she's like really encouraging you.
Yeah.
And, like actually doing the thing that you're supposed to do. You've got one with Knuckles where he's just like going as hard as he fucking can and his only instruction is
Cycle Honor!
You've got one with Sonic, where he's not even holding the handlebars, and his closest thing to encouragement is yawning, while the pedals are, like, whirring, and you can see on the screen that the joint where the pedals join is starting to glow because it's heating up. You've got one with Eggman, where he's just stood next to the fucking bike, going, no, go on, you can go faster.
And,
no,
like,
you can go
Orbot and
faster than
Cubot are
that.
on the pedals.
Yeah, they're just
My
sat
servo
there. The
motors
pedals
can't
aren't
keep up
moving,
with
they're
this.
just sat
Yeah,
there.
but I'm getting real tired too.
No. The pedals aren't moving. They're just sat on them.
Yeah. Sonic Ring Fit Adventure.
You've got one... No, you've got one with Vector, where it's not an actual exercise bike, it's a bike where the wheels have been removed, and it is just, like, suspended by chains from the ceiling because he couldn't afford a real exercise bike.
Someone left this outside the Chaotix Detective Agency, and they didn't come back for it for, like, an hour, so I assume they didn't want it anymore.
It gets interrupted halfway through as Charlie, like, steals the camera to use it for something else.
And then off screen you just hear like, hey, that's my bike. Oh, jeez.
Everything goes to shit. I love this.
Okay, this needs to be an episode of the Silver and Blaze sitcom.
Yeah. They're setting up someone's Peloton.
And then there's another episode where it's like the Sonic X baseball episode, but like it's that episode that every sitcom has where like the characters need $1,000 and they find out there's a dance competition where they can win $1,000.
Yeah, but it's like baseball.
Yeah.
Instead, or like no, or like they need to make no. The Chaotix have to be major characters in this.
Yes.
No, the Chaotix and Cream's family have to be major characters.
It makes sense because remember,
Blaze is very good friends with Cream. The Chaotix are also there because Silver and Blaze need to make rent, and then you can see Vector still
like
being
the side
trying to
story.
be a simp. You can see Vector still trying to be a simp.
You know, that makes sense
is friends with Silver.
Remember, Sonic Team Sonic Racing, the team is Silver, Blaze, and Vector.
True.
That makes sense.
And also, Espio and Silver are a team in Rivals. Silver
right.
and the Chaotix have a link. Blaze and Cream's family have a link. The Chaotix and Cream's family have a link. Blaze and the Chaotix have a link. We've got these connections.
We need... God.
Let's fuck about with them.
We need to... This is something that needs to happen.
Comment below if you want to see me and Mason write a fucking fan fiction about this.
God.
We'll have 2 series of us making fan fictions. Grand. What a year. Okay, next. It's time. It's time, my friend.
Oh.
For the Olympics. First off, 2008.
Now, this is my domain, because I have played every single Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games game, with the exception of one and a half, those being the 3DS and arcade versions of Rio, which are the only ones where you can play as Omega, just because I can't find them anymore. Okay,
and
so...
I have touched none of them.
Which is fair enough, because they are...
The floor is yours.
Okay, now, take yourself back to April of 2007, or even, like, late March. And
I was barely self-aware.
You see this image pop up on the internet. An image of Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, posted by the head of Sega. Now, it's almost April Fool's Day, so you think, oh yeah, that's very funny, yeah, that's never going to happen. Then later that year, Sonic gets added to Super Smash Bros. Brawl. And you're like, oh, hell yeah, Mario and Sonic are in a game together. And then Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games is actually real. Yeah. I still can't believe this is the world we live in, where Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games are games that exist. But here's the thing. We don't have all 10 and a half games on this list, because that would just take up a bit too much space. So what Alex has done is he's taken...
We have 08, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 20, just summarised.
So that's 6 out of 10, because all of them except for Sochi 2014 and Tokyo 2020 have a handheld variant. In the case of the Beijing games, the handheld variant is like slightly better than the Wii version, just for the sake of that you don't have to ruin your entire arm to play this game, you just have to ruin your touchscreen. I would say they're pretty mid, so C tier is fair enough. Maybe a bit generous putting it in C tier, but they're fair enough.
Low D maybe for 08?
Low C.
Or high D, sorry. Or low C?
No, I think I'll keep it in low C, because there are definitely worse games than this. Okay, Winter Games. Oh boy, this is definitely the peak of the series. The Wii version is fantastic. It definitely fixes like any and all problems that the first game had. It has a much sharper UI. The events are more fun. You don't have to ruin your arm. You now just have to tilt the controller. And the DS version is the best in the series because it has a story mode. A really good story mode where you actually get to move around a world map. Well, not a world map, but you know what I mean. As Mario and Sonic, and complete objectives and unlock characters and things along the way, and have boss fights. Ooh. And it's just great. It's like a full-on adventure. I don't think it's fair to put it in S tier, because that's a little bit insulting to like real games. But you know what? A tier, absolutely.
Games. We're talking about the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, man. Even I can say, yeah, saying something is or isn't a real game is a bit silly in this fucking circumstance.
Okay,
but
next up, London. London.
Immediate points docked for being in the UK, honestly. Immediate points docked.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't buy this game for the longest time, and I have no idea why. Now, it has a Wii version and also a 3DS version, because it was 2012 and the 3DS was out by now. The Wii version is very similar to the Wii version of Vancouver. It's got it took a lot of... It learned a lot of lessons from Vancouver. But the biggest problem with the Wii version is that it doesn't really have a lot to it. Like, all the events are unlocked from the beginning, and there's no, like, side mode. Like, the Beijing had the missions and the circuits, which were basically just other ways of playing the events. And Vancouver had the festival mode in the Wii version, which was like an Olympic festival. The London for Wii has London Party, which is basically like Smash Tour from Smash for Wii U. But the events are really good. On the other hand, the 3DS version does something a lot different, where instead of having full events, it has sort of more like mini-game-like events, where there's only one aspect to them. And it's an interesting take on the events, but the biggest problem with those is that you can only play as 4 characters in each of the events, and the story mode, which the 3DS version does have, is more designed about these smaller clusters of characters, and you don't actually get to run around. It's just a series of cutscenes that connect the different events. I would still say it's fairly good overall. I'd put it in B. So it's actually going to be a fairly even spread, thinking about the next few games, because Sochi is going into E. Sochi 2014. This game is a crying shame. It really is. It's for the Wii U.
There you are.
It does not have... It is definitely not at the bottom of E tier, but it's just such a disappointment. It doesn't even have an intro. The first 3 games have beautiful pre-rendered CG intros. This one just has Mario and Sonic skiing down a slope for like 5 seconds, and that's it. The game requires Wii Motion Plus to play most of the events. It makes you switch between the Wii Motion Plus and the gamepad in the biathlon event, which is conceptually kind of cool. In practice, it's just not good at all. It technically has a story mode, but it's the least story mode you will ever see in your life. Literally, the 20 characters stand around a trophy, and then they fight their shadows, like literal like shadow, like Heartless from Kingdom Hearts versions of themselves. And then they each fight a rival. And then the final boss is a free-for-all against Eggman, whose name I can't say, Dry Bowser, and Rouge the Bat.
Why the fuck is Rouge the Bat?
I have no...
Super evil team, what the fuck?
I have no earthly idea.
Why are you here?
Because there is no story. It's literally, as I explained it, it barely...
Anyone else?
It introduces very few new events, and the ones it does introduce aren't really that great. None of the events are as good or better than they were on the Wii. The game looks alright, but it looks really bland because as high definition as it is, it looks
and that's
like
the best you can say.
It looks like what an actual Olympics game would look like. It looks like one of those like Forza games, like, you know, to be realistic instead of to be artistically interesting.
The other 2 Olympic games up here.
The dream events are okay, but they're not as good as the ones on Wii. Like they're all right, but they're literally the high points of the game, and they're pretty mid. Next up, Rio.
A rough Olympics, but what of the game?
Yes. I have a soft spot towards Rio because I really gave it my all. I haven't played the 3DS version, as I say. That's the only one I haven't played, and I haven't played the arcade version either. The Wii U game, it has a bit of heart. It has an intro, not a pre-rendered one, but it's got an intro at the very least. It has all the characters hanging around on a beach. You get to walk up to them and talk to them. You compete in tournaments. That's like the main like single player thing. And eventually you can compete against the characters, but it's mostly just competing against Miis. It has the fewest events out of any game in the series, and it has no dream events, but the events are actually pretty well designed. They're actually all right to play for the most part. So I'd give it a D. And the 3DS version does have a story mode that is more of the caliber of the Winter Olympics story mode, and to nowhere near as much whimsical value.
Yeah.
It's literally a gang war between Mario and Sonic that's being perpetrated by Bowser and Eggman.
Damn. But also, on top of that, it also has Omega.
Yes, it also has Omega. It's funny, the 3DS version has the most playable characters out of any game in the series. the Wii U version has like less. But the Wii U version did introduce the concept of guest characters, where every event has like a character who's exclusive to that event. So like in rugby you can play as Diddy Kong. In football you can play as Jet for some reason. Which reminds me, we still haven't talked about Zero Gravity, but we'll get to that.
We'll run it back for the other ones. We'll run it back for everything that's not Olympics.
Because we're covering from 2008 to 2020 here. Now Tokyo 2020, I only got recently. I actually got it for Christmas. And it also has a story mode, and the story mode is definitely the most ambitious one we've seen since Winter on DS, because it's fully 3D for one. And it involves Mario, Sonic, Eggman, Bowser, and Toad being sucked into a fake video game made by Eggman to simulate the 1964 Tokyo Olympics, and the entire plot is about getting them back. So while Mario, Sonic, Eggman, Bowser, and Toad F around in the video game world, Luigi and the rest of the cast wander around Japan trying to figure out a way to get them back. And the Eggman, who shall not be named, is one of the main characters of the story, because he's like the only character who knows about the fake video game.
Video game, yes, about the funny video game, yeah.
It's pretty goofy, it's pretty silly, but you know what? It's exactly what you'd expect from a Mario and Sonic game.
It's Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. It doesn't need to have like the most ultra serious. Oh no, we have to save the world from the Olympics, man.
The
Winter
Winter
Games a little bit goofy.
The Winter Games features the snow spirits, which are responsible for providing all of the snow in Vancouver being stolen by Bowser and Eggman, and then Bowser literally breathes fire and melts all the snow in Canada. And the London game is about them creating a deadly fog that creates doppelgangers of people to stop the Olympic Games from happening. And then Rio has gang wars, and this game has a video game.
Again, it's the Olympic Games. They can get a little goofy with it.
The events are more versatile. I haven't played most of them yet, because as I say, I've only just got this game. But so far, it seems to be pretty good, and it's definitely got quite a bit more heart, and it does make me wish for more Olympic Games, but it's doubtful that we'll get any more. I think the only reason this one was made was because it was in Tokyo, and because the president of Japan literally came out of a warp pipe dressed as Mario at the end of the Rio Games.
Yeah, you kind of can't.
You've got that's a promise you've got to follow through on. So I'll give Tokyo a B. But
well, I mean, we'll see this year, really. We should see this year.
But the thing is, they need to do that like in advance because of like marketing reasons. So if we don't hear about it soon, then it's not going to happen. But lightning fast, I'll do a top 10 of the versions of the games. Number 10, Sochi. It's the worst version. Number 9, Rio for Wii U. Number 8, Rio for 3DS. Number 7, probably actually London for 3DS. Number 6, Beijing for the Wii. Number 5, Beijing for the DS. Number 4, Tokyo. Number 3, London for the Wii. Number 2, Vancouver for the Wii. And number 1, Vancouver for the 3DS. For the regular DS, rather. Olympics.
Nice. Okay, now.
Back to real Sonic games.
Back to real video games. To run it back. Let's go for Riders Zero Gravity.
I love Ungravitify, and I love the remix of Catch Me If You Can. Brilliant music.
True. I will say this is definitely going above Riders, so it's going to be B-tier minimum.
I mean, the zero gravity aspect is like it's a gimmick that works.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's a B tier.
And as ludicrous
it's a decent B tier.
As ludicrous as the story mode is, it's actually pretty cool, and it's honestly kind of interesting for Eggman to be
cool
like
and silly.
For Eggman to actually have the upper hand for once, because the final boss robot that looks like if Portal was on steroids, it was made by him.
Yeah.
And I know like alien robot genies and like hyper advanced civilizations is kind of is kind of getting a bit stale with Sonic these days, but you know what? For all this to be in a racing game,
we respect our ancestors.
It's brilliant.
Here.
We respect our ancestors here. And hey, Eggman referenced them in Frontiers as well, so we know it's canon.
This is true. Next up, actually, yeah, no, I think this was.
No, Black Knight was before.
Oh, never mind then.
Black Knight was 2009, Colours was 2010. Because remember, Black Knight has Griffith.
True. Got it backwards. My bad. Black Knight, it's gotta go above Secret Rings by a good margin. This is another one that's gonna be B minimum.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's an A. If nothing
Black
else,
Knight, yeah.
the story.
Oh yeah, Black Knight has one of the best portrayals of Sonic
in
ever.
that writing. The heart in that writing.
Unleashed and Black Knight do brilliant for Sonic's character.
Yeah.
Like
The
he's
heart of the
okay in
writing.
Secret Rings, but he's brilliant.
The gameplay is significantly better. The
Yeah.
gameplay is significantly better than Secret Rings.
Your arm might get tired, but at least you're not as tired as with Secret Rings, which is funny.
And you don't hate yourself as much as you did playing Secret Rings.
There might be an unavoidable
also-
chin move, but hey, at least I can actually finish this game.
Also, Sonic with a sword. Let's not lie here. That's fun.
Yeah, that's fun.
Excalibur Sonic. Honestly, the coolest transformation in the
Yeah.
series, looks-wise.
I'm honestly surprised I don't watch that cutscene more often.
Yeah. And just for a little like fun thing, what's it called? Yeah, it's the last place, if I'm not mistaken, the last place that it doesn't matter plays.
Oh, nice.
I'm pretty sure this is the last time that they used It Doesn't Matter.
Yeah, they use a lot of the like adventure music in this game.
Or any part of It Doesn't Matter.
Yeah.
You know, it's all.
I mean, this was the last we saw of Crush 40 for a while.
Oh yeah,
Well,
but
sort
it's
of.
great. It's great. I can't put it in S tier because the Wii controls are still
Yeah.
painful.
What if you wanted
But
to go
it's
to heaven,
so
but God
close.
said, tilting
Honestly-
the Wii remote to the left and right will move you in that direction?
Honestly, it's so close.
Yeah.
It's so close, but the Wii controls just lock it out of S tier.
Yeah.
It's
in the
so
same way
close.
that the controls for Sonic Adventure 2 aggravate me, I can understand how the controls for Black Knight will aggravate you.
It's so nearly there.
Yeah.
It's so nearly there, and I really want to put it in S tier, but just on principle I can't.
Yeah. If Secret Rings was more like Black Knight, then I'm sure my life would be happier.
And if Black Knight played like any of the other games and didn't use Wii controls, easy S tier. Very, honestly, very decently strong contender for peak.
But the whole thing of with it being Sonic with a sword, putting it on the Wii is kind of a foregone conclusion. You know, you got to get those motion controls in there. It's at least more justified than Secret Rings.
It is, but
And also the song "Night of the Wind." I have a bit of a
Night of the
history with
Wind.
that song. I was
Night of the Wind
introduced
is
to it
fucking
by
good. Just gonna put
Winter
these
Games
up
for
here,
DS, and then saw the lyrics for it on YouTube, but didn't listen to the song. And then I heard it for the first time in Generations for 3DS, and it was a little complete journey for me. Like, oh, the song I recognise plus the lyrics of the song that I didn't listen to, it's all here. And for quite a while, it was my favourite Sonic song. Not anymore, but it's still a banger.
It's
Crush
a
40.
strong contender.
They always crush it.
It's a strong contender. Next up, Sonic Colours.
Oh boy, Sonic Colours.
The
Okay,
whole set for Sonic Colours.
right. And here we go. Because this is something that you've heard from me for quite a while, Alex, but it's time for me to say it. The
Oh,
DS
okay.
version is the best version.
Yep.
No question.
No,
it is
I've no
Sonic
arguments
Sonic
there.
Rush 3. And I haven't played the first two, but it's probably the
honestly-
best of the three.
Honestly, I think it follows the progression of the Rush series.
Yeah.
Not only in terms of how much has learned, but also its position on this list.
Oh wow, you're putting it in S.
I'm serious. I fucking love DS Colors.
Dude, I'm thankful.
The Wii version, though.
Oh god, if you want to talk about content balance, the Wii version. Okay, so here's the thing about Sonic Colours on DS. Yes, it's short, but at least it's not long but still short, like Sonic Colours.
Long but doing the same thing over and 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 over.
Now, the thing is, we liked Sonic Colours when it came out because we were stupid and we were in a glut of things that we thought we hated, and this came along and it felt like a breath of fresh air. But how the times have changed, I would...
thing. With Sonic Colours, for me,
yeah,
on Wii, Sonic Colours, it's one of those things where it's like, when the game allows you to play with its controls, it's alright.
Yeah, Asteroid decent. Coaster Act 1 is fantastic. And the final boss is pretty cool too.
That often.
But the rest of the game is just full of gimmicks and just, I like the wisps in Sonic Colours. Where you're going to put it in B? Oh, I was thinking C this whole time. I'm
thinking B because in principle...
Yeah, in a vacuum, it is functional.
The game, that's the thing. Gameplay-wise, when the game lets you just play the fucking video game, it's pretty fun, you know? It's the day stages from Unleashed with some slightly shoddier controls because it's on Wii.
Yeah, and it's toned down a bit.
It's toned down a little bit, but it's still pretty good in principle, in theory. The writing is the best Pontac and Graph have ever given us.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna deduct points for that.
No copyright law in the universe is gonna stop me.
Yep, still the best they've given us, but it just doesn't do that often. A B, it's very much like it's alright, it's serviceable.
Yeah,
because
again, you can pick over Sonic Colours with a fine-tooth comb, but if you look at it in a vacuum, it is better than the greater majority of Sonic games.
It's pretty alright. Colours Ultimate, though.
E. Put it in E. This game wasted my father's money.
This game can give you a seizure if you're not connected to the internet when you install it. It is.
Oh my god.
Oh
Guys,
my god.
How do you... I know you've done it before, but how do you make a game so much worse with a port?
That's the thing. They've never done it like this before. They've never downgraded a game so much before, because at the very least, Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis cannot put you in a hospital bed.
Yeah. God, and I mean, like,
Jesus Christ!
Even when it was announced, people knew that it wasn't going to add like the DS content. It was just going to be like, it was just going to be like clean textures, but it couldn't even accomplish that much.
Imagine if it had, though.
The game,
if it had, that would have been great. But
the game looks worse than the Wii version, and they didn't even upscale the cutscenes.
The cutscenes are still in 480p and just stretched.
And the stuff they added was like stuff I don't care about, and like bare minimum, like, oh, you can race Metal Sonic, oh, a time trial, and it's presented like a freaking mobile game.
Cool, dude.
Ugh,
painful, disgusting.
Christmas of 2022 was tainted by Sonic Colours. No, 2021, sorry, was tainted by Sonic Colours Ultimate. But at the very least, I also got Mario Party Superstars, so yeah.
Again, disgusting.
And what a game to start a new era of Sonic.
Start isn't meant to go on. But
are we going to talk about Free Riders?
Oh, before we get to Free Riders, there's something else that happened about this time. Post Super Genesis Wave Archie. Now, I like Post Super Genesis Wave Archie. It was pretty alright. It was pretty good. Written by Flynn. Ian Flynn, okay, obviously. It brought back a lot of stuff from Sonic's early years, filling in some of the gaps. It brought back some characters from fucking Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm pretty sure, it brought back fucking Breezy from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Isn't that like the woman hedgehog thing?
Yes. who I believe was made by Eggman.
Oh.
It was, yeah, but brought her back as like this fucking like business mogul
Fair enough. Go
type
boss.
deal. Who interacted at one point with Neo Metal Sonic as well.
Oh.
A fun interaction there. It's a fun time. They had a tournament art. They adapted Unleashed as well. It was fun.
Wasn't there a Mega Man crossover?
Yeah, that's what caused the Super Genesis wave. That
Right,
was,
okay.
Yeah.
Because I know a little
in
bit
canon,
about that.
what caused the Super Genesis wave. In real life, what caused it was Ken Penders.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna put it. I'm putting it with the other comics, honestly.
Yeah, fair enough.
The Sonic comics, I'm not gonna say they don't miss, but they're not like objective trash.
They don't miss, but rarely do they not hit.
They do miss, but they do miss.
Oh yeah,
often.
sorry.
But when
I completely
they hit,
fucked up that sentence.
But when they hit, it's fucking great.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing.
There's something else that I'm thinking about right now that does the exact same thing, but we'll get to it a fair bit later.
Speaking of
Starters, you mean to go on, Sonic? Oh, let's make a.
Speaking of misses.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Sonic
Oh.
the Hedgehog 4.
You want to talk about saying fuck you to your
Dear,
fandom?
oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
You remember how Sonic Advance was like New Super Sonic Bros?
Yeah, this isn't that.
Yeah, this isn't that.
This is like the new Super Mario Bros. 2 of it all. Actually, no, I'm
Ooh.
pretty sure New Super Mario Bros. 2 was pretty decent.
Yeah, New Super Mario Bros. 2 was a fair enough game, it just wasn't very original. This isn't very original, and it's also a bad game.
Yeah. This is like if somebody dropped their disc of New Super Mario Bros. In like a meat grinder.
Like, the Mario around this sort of time was getting kind of bland, but it was still like, they were still good games. They were just kind
Bland,
of
but
meh.
still
But
good.
This is not meh. This is bad.
Oh dear.
This is not good food.
But I don't
Also-
think we can put it in E tier.
No, it's not that bad. The worst thing that these games do is they canonically
Episode
doom
1
Little Planet.
Episode 1, D. Low D. It's
Yeah.
piss. It's piss, but it's not like... It's less like... Okay, here's how I'd explain it. E tier is for somebody has just pissed in your mouth.
Yeah.
And it is not a sexual thing for you as well.
No.
You do not have a piss kink and somebody has just pissed directly into your mouth.
Yeah.
D tier is you have found out your pet has pissed on the floor.
Yeah.
So still bad. You don't appreciate it, but it's
But at least it
easily
wasn't on the
solved and you
carpet.
can't- Yeah, but it was on the tiles. It's easily solved with like a wet paper, with like a paper towel, and you can't really stay mad at them for that long.
Some disinfectant spray and some.
And see upwards,
air
there's no piss involved.
Yeah.
See upwards,
That's
there's
a very
no
that's a very
piss
good metaphor
anywhere.
because I have 2 dogs and one of them is not yet house trained.
See, you have pissed in the toilet.
Oh, and don't
and it
worry,
was a
audience.
normal
My dogs are
piss.
fine. They've not been on their own for 3 hours. They're
Yeah.
fine.
They've got people looking after them.
Yeah. I love my dogs.
Episode 2, though.
Episode 2 canonically dooms Little Planet.
I will put 2. We put 4 at the bottom of D tier. I will put 2 at the top of D tier. It's still D tier,
Yeah.
but it is a marked improvement.
It's still piss, it's just a slightly smaller puddle.
And Metal, it's the same game. You're just playing as Metal Sonic. It's the same game, you're just playing as Metal Sonic, which, you know what? It does appeal. It does
It's like
appeal being
it's
able
like
to
it's
play
like
as
a
Metal
worse
Sonic.
version of Episode Shadow from Forces.
It appeals, but it's like...
It's
the
nice to be able
same
to play as
levels.
Metal
It's
Sonic.
literally the same levels.
Yeah.
You're just playing as a shinier
It's like
dude.
it's like using the Metal Sonic skin in Adventure 1.
It's like using the
DX.
Metal Sonic... It's like using the metal skins in the fucking two-player mode of fucking Heroes.
Oh,
It
yeah.
changes nothing.
There's like the weird like yellow shadow from Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah. Yeah.
And third in the trilogy of reigning in a new era, we have Sonic Free Riders, the game that ruined the rest of the characters in the series. Amy is now a bitch, the Babylon Rogues are dysfunctional, and I mean Omachow's better.
I love the Connect.
Sonic and friends go down to Radio Shack and buy a few components. That's one of Arthur's favourite Sonic memes. But yeah, Sonic Free Riders. Maybe one day they'll make a version of this game that you can actually play.
Maybe. Unlikely though, considering they've completely abandoned the entire Riders fucking brand. It's gone.
Yeah. The last time we saw any of the Babylon Rogues was in Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games.
Unfortunate. Rip
And
to them.
Jet isn't even into Extreme Gear anymore. He just plays football. In every single in London, Rio, and Tokyo, he just plays football.
He's just a fucking footballer.
And Wave does BMX.
Utterly depressing. Rip to them, honestly. Next, let's round out the fucking. Let's round out like the racing games.
Oh yeah,
we've got.
I know
Sonic and Sega All Stars.
Yeah.
And
I know I was saying it's a Mario Kart ripoff, guys. That doesn't mean it's bad. That just means it's like Mario Kart. The first one is like
good.
Mario Kart, and Transformed is like Mario Kart 7 because it has gliding and water stuff. That doesn't mean they're bad. You can be a ripoff and still be good.
Doesn't mean that it's especially good either. It just means that they serviceable video games.
And hey, the DS version of the original racing game runs in like 60 FPS. It's like really uncanny.
Huh. Yeah. Anyway,
from what
I
I heard.
think All Stars Racing 1, Solid C,
Yeah.
Transformed, it's a B.
Yeah.
These are video games that exist. It's I.
And racing games is a place where it's okay to have fan service.
Next.
Generations is also a place where it's okay to have fan service.
Generations. Now, the thing is, I want to rank these lower than I otherwise would for the sheer negative impact they've had on the franchise.
Yes, I can understand why you'd want to do that, but we've got to be honest. Generations does belong in S tier.
Generations does slap.
You know what? Take out your
HD.
frustration on the 3DS version.
Okay, yeah. What I'll do, the 3DS version is still good. It's still good, but
And that was also one of the first Sonic games I ever played.
and
It may have been the first one I ever completed.
God, the lessons Sega learned from Generations were not the lessons to learn. The lessons to learn were people like good controls and good gameplay and good level design. What Sega
Bit of fan
learned
service
was,
here and there. Use the characters for once.
what Sega learned is we have to use Green Hill, we have to use Chemical Plant, we have to use Sky Sanctuary, we have to use Classic Sonic. Fans don't give a shit about any of the rest of that. We just gotta do the same shit again. We gotta rehash so hard the hash key falls off.
But hey,
And it's like, no, Sega, that's the worst lesson.
Yeah, they really learned all the wrong lessons. But hey, fantastic soundtrack, even if it is pretty much all remixes. But hey, nobody would ever say no to remixes. And I mean, the 3DS version has different levels. It has Casino Night, it has Mushroom Hill, it has Emerald Coast, Radical Highway.
It has different bosses as
Different
well.
bosses. It has the
To be fair,
slap,
yeah, Big
It
Arm
has
remix.
the baller ass
Slaps.
remix of Big Arm for a boss fight that lasts about 30 seconds. It has a remix of
Regression.
Bio Lizard, and Tails lies to the audience, and Sonic also lies to the audience. Sonic
Yeah,
was
I
like,
beat that guy's ass. I beat that guy's ass back like 20 years ago.
I love it when
10 years
characters
ago.
Valor Steel.
No, you didn't. The guy
And
who
hey-
did that is like two stories up,
Guess what-
waiting for
guess
you
what-
to beat his ass.
Guess what Generations 3DS also has? It has the Egg Emperor. But I do like how it, at least for Water Palace and Tropical Resort, it leans more towards the handheld Sonic games.
Yeah, that would have been a fun theme if that was just like what they did.
It was kind of half-assed. It didn't have as much...
of the handhelds.
It definitely wasn't to the same extent as like Smash for 3DS and Wii U, where the 3DS version had like handheld stages mostly, and the Wii version had like home console stages mostly. Maybe that would have been, that's a bit of missed potential. And
Perhaps.
I mean, the characters like don't appear in the 3DS version. They're only in like the opening cutscene. It's just Sonic, Tails, Classic Sonic, Classic Tails, and the Eggman.
The Eggman.
But it's still a fair enough game. And hey, you can even get like a sort of semi-homing attack as Classic Sonic, which feels kind of illegal. But it's inferred. I mean, in the ending cutscene of Generations, you see like Classic Sonic trying to learn the homing attack, or at least the air dash, so you can infer it through that.
Yeah. I've realised I've forgotten something very important, and we'll get to it in a minute.
Oh.
But before we get to it, let's run through some mobile games. Jump, runners, dash.
Also, there is technically Sonic at the Olympic Games, which is for mobile. I don't know what the deal is with that. I'm still getting around to that. But
that I
never mind.
just do not care about.
I guess Mario was busy.
Yeah, being in good video games.
Yeah.
Anyway, where we putting the mobile games?
Well, I haven't played any of them.
Oh. I think I played Runners. No, I played Dash a bit. It's Temple Run.
Isn't there also a mobile version of Unleashed?
If there is. Anyway, Jump. In C. They're all of them again C. Now,
This is our Sonic blind spot.
yeah.
Oh, it's New Super Sonic Galaxy Wii U. Doesn't this also have a 3DS version? But
Yeah,
nobody cares.
I'm counting them together. I
Yeah.
don't care.
We're not going to put it in E because it's not that bad. It's just why?
It's so mid. Honestly.
Guys, why can't you do anything
It's not
right?
mid. It's bad, but still, like,
guys, guys, you made Sonic Generations.
Guys!
Please learn from Sonic
you
Generations.
just
Except,
made
oh no,
Sonic
please
Generations.
don't.
Don't learn from Sonic Generations the way you are about to learn from Sonic Generations. We'll get to how they learned from Sonic Generations. But this is where we get to the bit that I forgot. Because you might notice there's 3 Sonic Boom things here. When there should be 4.
Yep.
I forgot Rise of Lyric.
As I think the
forgot
entire
really
world
bad
wishes.
one.
I think the entire world is envious of you because we all wish we could forget Rise of Lyric.
Well, let's rank these 3.
Okay.
In absence of the 4th.
First and foremost, the show. The show's great. I was watching episodes of it.
There we go. Now it's in a cluster. In the cluster.
I was watching episodes of it just earlier today, and okay, maybe it's not as great as everybody makes it out to be, but God, it's just a meme gold
It's
mine.
still great. It's still great.
It's still
Let's
great.
not mince words. Boom is the best of the cartoons.
This wall tastes like dirt. It do be getting kind of quirky.
The animatronics do be a bit quirkier. No.
The animation quality also gets kind of quirky at times.
The animation quality does get a bit quirky at night.
The biggest injustice with this cartoon is that only the first season is on Netflix, which is a real shame because that means I don't get to see Boom Vector.
Sega, bring the rest of the show.
I like how they put Metal Sonic in one episode just because the fans like him.
Yeah.
And they make fun of Shadow at every possible chance they can get whenever he's on screen.
Yeah.
I love loser Eggman.
this is
Eggman's
the
tomato
scale
sauce.
we mentioned before. The scale we mentioned before of dark, evil monster Eggman to kind of a fucking loser Eggman. SatAM Eggman is all the way on the monster side. Boom Eggman is all the way on the loser side. He's such a fucking loser and I love him.
That's it. I'm swearing off technology. Oh, but what about us? Oh, you two don't count. You're like one step above a paperweight.
And he's not wrong.
Oh, poor Robotnik. If only they mattered.
Poor Robotnik Cuba.
Okay,
Next,
now here's
Shattered
the
Crystal.
mess. Here's the
You know
messed up
what?
thing.
Which one of these two do we not care about at all? And I'll just drop it in place of the one we
you see,
should
the
have.
thing is, from what I hear, the 3DS games actually aren't that bad.
Yeah, but do we care about them?
No,
Do we
but
have
I don't.
any formed opinions that matter?
I don't think we can put them in E, man. I don't think they deserve to be in E. It's if we let the name Sonic Boom tarnish other things outside of Rise of Lyric, then that would mean it would also tarnish the cartoon. We've got to be fair here. Shattered Crystal and Rise of Lyric are Shattered Crystal and Fire and Ice are not Rise of Lyric.
Hang on.
They're not brilliant games, but I don't think they deserve to be in E tier just by association. Nobody played them, so like we can't put them under the same level of
Wiki
scrutiny.
Wild Wild West.
Just put them in D.
Hang on.
Also, like, Shattered Crystal is the game that actually introduced sticks.
True.
So do with that what you will.
D. I'm putting
To
Shattered
anyone
Crystal a little
to
higher
the-
because I do kind of like Sticks. Sticks
To
do
the-
be kind of quirky with it.
To the 3 people out there who've actually played these 2 games, if we're putting them too far down the tier list, then I'm sorry. If we're putting them too far up the tier list, then, well, sucks to be us, I guess. And we all know where Rise of Lyric belongs. How you name Lyric but you still offbeat?
Music's terrible, honestly. A Sonic game with bad music is irredeemable.
That's another thing I forgot to mention about Sonic Superstars. None of the music hit.
Oh yeah, no.
In fact, there was even a
music
time in like Lagoon Palace
stank.
where the music just stopped.
Even the game's too embarrassed of it.
Like, I kind of liked the Egg Fortress Act 2 music, but that was more because I was just enjoying the game when I was playing Egg Fortress Act 2, and then it promptly stopped as soon as I stopped playing Egg Fortress Act 2.
Yeah, well, we know what comes next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sonic Forces. People say it's mid.
90% of our forces are fucking dead!
I thought up this operation in about a minute.
Dead!
You want to talk about squandered potential?
Oh, like genuinely, the thing about forces is adding the ability to make your own custom OC.
A stroke of genius.
Genuinely, like, people have been making Sonic OCs for as long as Sonic has been around.
Yeah. You want to talk about
And
a Sonic game that squandered
Sonic has
its
a lot of
potential?
links to Dragon Ball. Sonic has a lot of links to Dragon Ball.
Absolutely.
Xenoverse gave you that option. Xenoverse 2 gave you that option. Both of them brilliant, very fun games with great character creation. And the Sonic Forces character creation is a little lax, a little meh here and there.
Yeah, but you know, it's
abysmal.
pretty impressive,
It's
all
pretty
things
fun.
considered.
It's the only part of the game they finished.
Yeah, the game peaks 5 minutes in.
The game peaks the moment the character creation fucking opens.
Yeah.
And then it immediately, the moment it closes again, drops back to trash. It's so, like, it's so terrible. Every mode of gameplay in the game is balls.
Yeah.
And the fact that literally no one can do anything if Sonic isn't on screen. Tails, literally...
Character
Tails,
assassination.
You beat Chaos 4 years ago, Tails. Chaos is Chaos 0. You can kick his ass. Last game, you had an arm cannon.
You know, I was gonna say maybe we should put it in D because if you like,
suck my D. It's going in E tier.
Yeah. Because
Fuck you, Sonic Forces. You're trash.
Because like in terms of like gameplay, like you can play it. It's playable. It's not a glitch-ridden mess, but
yeah, it technically functions. But if you play, it technically functions most of the time.
Yeah.
But if you play your cards right, Sonic Colors Ultimate, fucking Superstars, fucking Chronicles, and Sonic 06 function.
Yeah.
If
you want to talk about
lucky and you play your cards right.
You want to talk about a game that squanders its potential? It's Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, but another one is Sonic 06, but another one is Sonic CD, but another one is Sonic Superstars, and another one is Sonic 4, and another one is Sonic Free Riders, and another one is
keep going for hours.
Sonic Forces.
Forces, genuinely though, like
Sonic
there's a
forces
mod.
me to stab myself in the eyes.
Yeah, there's a mod that actually like fixes a lot of Sonic Forces. It replaces most of what's in the fucking game.
Yeah,
but
with, other characters. And yes, Episode Shadow is better, but like
that doesn't. It's
like 5 minutes
levels,
long, and it's the exact
it's like 4
same.
levels long, and that doesn't
Not even
change
3.
the fact that the rest of the game is shit.
Yeah, all it does is give us a few minutes where we don't have to be subjected to Sonic.
Or Knuckles. Or Tails.
Or any of the other characters who just sit around on the sidelines and don't do anything. It's like the Generations final boss. That looks like a homing shot. Be careful, Sonic.
Yeah,
that
Sonic
looks like a homing
is
shot. Be careful,
insufferably like the only guy who can do anything competently. Classic Sonic shouldn't fucking be here. Tails is at his most cowardly and nerdish and like the most like, because Pontac and Graf have openly admitted they did not play any of the previous games. They did not do any research into
well,
the
that
games.
explains a lot.
They literally admit out loud when asked that they boiled the characters down to their most basic traits, and that's all there is of them. Sonic,
and some of them barely even have
hero,
traits.
That's it. Sonic, quippy hero. That's it. Tails, nerd side character. That's it. He can't do anything competent combat-wise.
Amy,
Knuckles,
girl
gullible,
heart.
Yeah, Knuckles, gullible idiot, is not allowed to do anything competent in any way, shape, or form. Amy, woman. Shadow, edgelord. Rouge, tits. Omega, sometimes in the room.
Yeah, you remember when Omega had like a Deus Ex Machina that wasn't even a Deus Ex Machina? He literally just shot at Infinite and then just stood there.
Oh wow, a gun.
My favourite character.
We didn't have those before. Cut to all of the fucking Wispons in the crowd.
And God, that battle scene is just.
I love how Shadow's ultimate technique for taking out all these clones is sliding left and right.
I love
wow,
Sonic's
no one else could have done this, Shadow.
I love Sonic's Warface where his mouth opens too wide and glitches inside of itself. Like we're playing Sonic Adventure again.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, no, I can't, I don't know why I was thinking of putting this in D. Yes. E-Y-E-S. E-yes. Anyway.
So the IDW comics...
They're good.
They're pretty damn good. I'm a big fan of Search the Tenrac.
And they literally exist. They began with damage controlling Sonic Forces.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. But again, Surge, great. Dr. Starline, amazing.
Tangle and Whisper?
Tangle and Whisper, best lesbian couple I've ever fucking seen.
And hey, Tangle's canon. Sonic mentions her in Frontiers.
Regrettably, I haven't seen many, but yeah, Tangle and Whisper, base. But genuinely, like, Like
I love Roomba Omega.
I've said Roomba Omega is hilarious, but I've sent this to June. But there's literally a panel. If anyone doesn't believe that that Tangle and Whisper are a gay couple, there's literally a panel of them stood together, smiling at each other, and the fucking lesbian flags in the background. They're gay. This is text. This isn't even subtext at this point.
Great job, Sonic.
This is text.
You were officially more progressive quicker than Ruby was.
Yep. It's going with the rest, but I'm gonna be real. Top of the comics.
Yeah. One thing I forgot to mention with
close. It's close to being pushed up to S.
Yeah.
If we get a good bit more like Surge, honestly, of maybe a slow, fun kind of redemption arc for Surge, a little Vegeta-esque maybe, something like that. Yeah. I think it could genuinely move up to S tier and be a very solid contender.
Yeah. One thing I didn't get to mention with Forces, because we didn't want to talk about Forces anymore. In terms of the reuse of levels, like Green Hill and Chemical Plant, I will give Forces the slightest of compliments in that they do, aesthetically at the very least, play with the locations. You know, oh, Green Hill's looking a lot more like Sand Hill. Well, at least it doesn't look like Green Hill.
At least it doesn't look like just Green Hill, looking a lot more like Green Hill.
The like winter bad future looking version of Chemical Plant that we get to see. I mean, it's kind of like, if you really want to stretch your imagination, it's kind of like bad future reimaginings of Green Hill and Chemical Plant, which I can absolutely appreciate. But
only makes me
it's just a shame that everything else about the game is
the lack of potential usage.
I also love my favourite locations, City and Metropolis.
TSR. Now, I will give points to TSR, just a few, for the more, like, I love the character interaction of, like, I'm gonna make you eat my dust, Silver.
Who's your daddy, Shadow?
Well, my father was Professor honestly, like, I genuinely, just the interaction of, you're gonna eat my dust, Silver. Okay. Yeah, no, dude, you're supposed to, like, quit back at me, dude. Come on. That, honestly, it's B tier.
This is the kind of stuff that we're going to be seeing in the...
It's B tier for that. It's B tier for those 3 lines.
We're going to be seeing a lot of that. We're going to be seeing a lot of that kind of humor in the Silver and Blaze sitcom.
Yeah, a lot of Silver just like blunt.
God, that's the second.
The man has never experienced a metaphor before.
I don't think the audience knows about this. We also remember when I posed the idea of Sonic Warriors to you, where it's basically like
it's like Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty Warriors, but Sonic. Yeah, this is the second Sonic fan project that we're starting.
Yeah, and that we're presumably going to do nothing with.
Well, you know, I'll always keep it in my heart.
Fair. Any higher for TSR, or are we leaving it B?
I've heard a lot of people criticize TSR, but I don't have anything bad to say about it. I like the music.
I'm putting it B for those lines alone. I
like how it's even more so than Sonic. It basically just cuts the Sega and All Stars out of Sonic and Sega All Stars Racing.
But yeah,
I like the character interactions. I like the music, and I've never played it, but I mean, it's Mario Kart, so it can't be that bad.
It is a video game. Next up, Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie.
Oh, Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie. I remember watching you for the first time in the cinema with my sister. I remember actually having a good time, and then Sonic did the floss, and I was like, yeah, okay, I saw that coming.
Yeah.
And I was ready to
watch the trailer, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I think it was, yeah. I was ready to walk out of the cinema being like, you know what? Yeah, that was an alright movie. It got its one free floss pass, you know, I expected it. But then he does it again. At the very end of the movie, he does the floss again. And until rewatching the film, like 2 years later before watching the second one, I had no idea how to feel about the film. Now, I can accept the fact that he does the floss twice. I can appreciate the fact that this is a good movie, which is based on a video game, which is, you know, kind of rare. And
A novel
especially considering the Super Mario Brothers movie, but both of them, the one that came out in the 90s and the one that came out last year.
Yeah.
I think Sonic is batting a high average. So you know what? Give it an A.
Give it an A. I was going to say B potentially.
Actually, no. Give that one a B.
I'm
Give
in
Sonic
for
2 an A.
That's fair. We may as well go into Sonic 2 now and just round out the movies.
Yeah, Sonic 2 is just better. It has less
Yeah.
of the human characters and more of the Sonic characters. That's what we want to see.
Understandable.
I mean, I like Donut Lord, but I would rather see Knuckles and Tails. And I cannot wait for the third Sonic movie.
Yeah.
And please put the movies with the other animated medium stuff, please. It is a theatrical medium. Thank you.
And, boom. There we go.
Right.
Now, this one, I'll just see. It's fucking Sonic Speed Simulator. It's a fucking.
I was going to say, what was that? I've been
That's
thinking. I wasn't sure what that was for
robot.
quite a while.
It's
I
a
know
robot,
what
so-
Sonic Speed Simulator is, and I hear it's actually fairly good.
Now,
Also, if we were ranking the Sonic Dimensions thing, the Lego Dimensions Sonic crossover, that would probably be A tier, because everybody loves Lego, and they make a lot of jokes.
let's do these final four in order, left to right. Sonic Dream Team.
I know nothing about.
have
All I know
no
is that
strong
Cream is allowed
feelings.
to be in Sonic games now.
I have no real strong feelings.
I wish
It's
it
a bit-
wasn't on the Google Play or Apple Arcade or whatever the hell it is, so that I
it's
could
on
actually
Apple
play
Arcade exclusively. It's a bit shit being just there exclusively.
it. I'm sure eventually it'll get ported to other systems.
Well, I mean, it always can, at any given moment, be played on any system you like. And this is the point where I'd put on my tricorn hat and eye patch, if I had any! Next up, Murderous Sonic the Hedgehog S.
yeah,
Dude,
I've yet
it's
to play
great.
this, but
It's
I'm
fucking
definitely
amazing.
going to. And
It's fucking great. I love Murderous
Yeah.
Sonic the Hedgehog. It's great. I love the fact that you're playing as this
He's a
complete
quokka, isn't
normal
it?
dude. Yeah, Barry the Quokka. Barry's
from
is like
Australia.
he's Australia. But you're playing as just this completely normal dude watching these fucking weirdos just do things around you, and it's like, what the fuck? I love the outside perspective of just how fucking insane these people are.
I can't wait to play this game.
It's great. It's amazing. Next, Frontiers.
Sonic Frontiers. I remember it was about this time last year, maybe a little bit further back, that I received this game for Christmas of 2022. And I thought to myself, I remember having discourse with you prior to this, because the year before I'd purchased Sonic Colours Ultimate for Christmas, and that was a massive mistake. And I wasn't quite willing to give Sega more of my money. So I asked you, is it worth it? And you said, it's quite jank, but it's worth it. Sonic Frontiers is a game that means quite a lot to me because of what it represents for the series. They are once again attempting to start from scratch with Sonic. It seems like this is always the case. It seems like we're always in a cycle with Sonic the Hedgehog, where
A Sonic cycle, one might say, put the diagram on screen. Kill me. But
we come off the heels of something that we hated and see a spark of hope shine out amidst the darkness, and we invest our hearts and souls into hoping that this spark will truly fulfill what we wish it to do so. And over the many months of speculation and waiting, we hear more and more, and we keep thinking, this is it, this is going to be the one that brings Sonic back. And so many times we've been disappointed, only to later realise that maybe we were unjustly disappointed. Or sometimes we were entirely justified.
Forces!
Sonic Frontiers was quite hotly debated over when it came out. I was of the opinion prior to release that it wasn't going to revitalize the franchise. I thought that everyone was just getting their hopes up for no reason, and we'd once again fall into another pitfall in the ever holy life of Sonic the Hedgehog. And I mean that Holey, it's filled with holes.
Yes,
I'm not talking about the
many
Sonic
holes.
Bible.
And we're also not talking about the fucking DeviantArt. Please,
no, let's
shoot
not
me
talk
in the
about
face. That. We're not. But I
Sonic
thought
Frontiers.
the same. I thought the same.
Yes,
I was of the same mind.
I was excited to see people realize that they'd wasted their time hoping for a good Sonic game, and well,
for me,
now I know.
Honestly, when it comes to Frontiers, I was genuinely of the mind of I am going to go into this with zero expectations.
I try to go in as blind as possible.
If the game is good, I will enjoy it and be happy. If the game is bad, fuck this stupid blue rat. He has disappointed me too many times.
Yeah, I didn't want to hate the game. I just wanted, if it were to be bad, I just wanted everyone to realize that Sonic was just in this perpetual state of just disappointing us. Because yes, maybe once in a blue moon we get a good game. Maybe we get a game like Generations, like Mania. But as I say, they're quite rare. They're quite few and far between. And I mean, even Mania isn't perfect, and I don't think we've ever had a truly perfect Sonic game. But Sonic Frontiers certainly isn't perfect. But you know what? Sonic Frontiers is good enough. It's good enough to restore my faith in the franchise. And I know what it feels like to be disappointed now, having played Sonic Superstars. But Sonic Frontiers makes me hopeful. And even amidst the failure that Sonic Superstars was to me, I'm still hopeful. I'm hopeful that Sega will learn from this game and learn the right lessons this time, because we've seen them not learn and we've seen them learn the wrong lessons. But now I feel like they can learn from this game. And even with the Final Horizon, which I wasn't the biggest fan of, I can see where they're going with this. And maybe it doesn't deserve to be an S tier, but if we put it there,
it's an S tier to me, damn it!
That would make me quite happy. And you know what? If this game had came out during any Sonic fan's childhood, those fucking Super Sonic fights would have become their entire goddamn personality, because Jesus Christ.
Oh, genuinely.
This game...
I grew up with Naruto Unleashed. I started that fucking fight with Giganto and I was like, yes! Yes!
This is the closest that Sonic has felt to being Sonic in a long time. And I know people like to compare it to Breath of the Wild, but it really does the same thing for the Sonic franchise that Breath of the Wild does for the Zelda franchise. And maybe Breath of the Wild is a 10 out of 10 game and Sonic Frontiers is a 7 at best, but Jesus Christ, what this game does with its characters, what it does with its story, what it does with the world building, the lore, and maybe it doesn't all quite come together at the end. Maybe the final boss on normal difficulty is kind of underwhelming. Maybe the final boss on hard difficulty is a little bit BS. And maybe the Final Horizon just wasn't all it was cracked up to be. And I genuinely despise the final boss of the Final Horizon. More than the end. Yes. I hate
well, I mean, it's still the end,
True Supreme more than the end.
Dumb. It's just dumber. But it is definitely...
It's kind of like what Andor is for Star Wars. People have been giving Andor 10s out of 10s because it is the best that the political side of Star Wars has ever been and probably will ever be. And Sonic Frontiers, I feel like, is of a similar sort of standing in the Sonic franchise. It's like, but the thing is, I don't want Sonic Frontiers to be the best it will ever be, because I know that they can do better. Because
I want
Sonic Frontiers still has problems.
to look kind of shit in a few years.
Yes.
Because so many more better things have been built upon its foundations.
It has jank. The game is very janky, especially on Switch. The draw distance is just atrocious. The cyberspace levels are a bit inconsistent, especially the 2D ones. They're kind of not the greatest to play. But I love the aesthetic of the cyberspace levels. And once again, yes, it is bringing back locations we've seen done to death, but the look of cyberspace is just fantastic. I love the infinite sprawling sort of the different times of day as well is a great addition. Definitely. And I like how it's contextualized as a way of Sonic interpreting the unintelligible locations around him as places he's been to before. And even though that's a little bit inconsistent with the way it's portrayed in the story, it's still a fair enough excuse to have fan service. And maybe it is a little bit tiresome to hear the characters talk about other characters every 5 minutes, but I would rather they acknowledge the characters that exist than brush them aside and pretend they don't exist, or even worse, place them on the sidelines and then do nothing with them.
Sonic Frontiers definitely is the... Sonic Frontiers, frankly, to me, represents Sega learning all the right lessons from Sonic Forces and still trying to experiment.
Yeah, I mean, it even has a freaking Death Egg robot from Forces. It takes the pieces of Forces that could have worked and makes something better out of them.
And now that we've had this big, heartfelt, speech about how great Sonic Frontiers is, that feels like it should be the end of the video.
We've got
it's going to be all the dumber when we start talking about this. Mason, the floor is yours.
Guys, I'm sorry, but Sonic Prime is not good. And here's the thing. I've only seen the first season. I haven't seen seasons 2 or 3. And I know that people like Shadow and that Shadow shows up in the later seasons, but people were praising this series left and right. And no one would explain why. No one would say what it was about Sonic Prime that they liked, and that speaks to a bigger problem to me because I certainly couldn't find anything to like. This cartoon is not good. The writing is awful. It's the cringiest shit I've ever watched. The story is a mess. I mean, seriously, the first episode is just nonsense when it comes to timeline. They play scenes in later episodes that take place before it without any regard for storytelling flow. It's just not made well. Sonic is not funny. He's not likable. He's just weird and stupid, and the other characters are just not used, which is strange because this is a story all about Sonic going to rescue them and seeing alternate versions of them. Paradoxically, that's a pun because Paradox Prism, I feel like Sonic Prime would have made for a great game where Sonic does go through different worlds and rescues his friends and sees alternate versions of them. But instead we get this cheesy cartoon that just doesn't use the characters well, and the freaking Chaos Council is an absolute joke, and I don't like them. They're not threatening, and I don't know why this show was made, and also the animation is garbage.
Want me to put it in D or E?
Put it in E, but it's not going in poo-poo stinky because it's not the worst thing to happen to the franchise. It's just a net 0 for the franchise. It does nothing for the franchise, and I don't know why people like it so much. And people liked it when it was just season 1, so strike me down if seasons 2 and 3 magically fix all the problems, but I'm guessing they don't.
So, while we're down here in the pits, in the shit pits, let's decide what shall we be demoting from E tier to dumb stinky doo-doo fart tier.
I think if we're speaking objective quality, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric.
But this has never been about objective quality.
No, because Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric did squander an opportunity, but it was very much alone in its squalor. There are things in this tier that ruined the entire franchise.
Yes. Basically, let's go through all of the E tiers and remind ourselves as to why they're here.
Okay.
Sonic Prime, we have just discussed. It is mostly here, partly from just being kind of shit, but the reason it is here and not in D tier is from the sheer overhypedness that it got.
And there's just the lack of explanation. But I don't think not a contender, I'm saying.
But it is not a contender for dumb stinky doo-doo fart tier. Sonic Forces. One of the worst written, worst playing Sonic games in over a decade. Genuinely
bad, but also I not a contender for the
Not a
very worst.
Not a contender for
Because
the very
you can
worst. And I
you
think
can
we
play
both,
Sonic Forces.
I think we both know what's going to be going in Dumb Stinky Doo Doo Fart here, but just for the sake of the video,
Yeah, for theatrics,
I'm gonna go
let's
over
continue.
for the theatrics. I'm gonna go through.
I need to have dinner soon,
everything
but
in
we do need to play this up.
Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric,
Is
a
just
broken, horrendous mess of a game.
Definitely a contender, but
A contender, a strong contender, but
Yeah.
the sheer humour factor
let's keep
of
going.
how abysmal it is. Holds
if there was no Knuckles jump and Super Spin Dash, it would absolutely be going straight into.
Well, I wouldn't
Because
say
then there
that.
would be nothing memorable about it.
I wouldn't say that, but it's certainly not good. Sonic Free Riders, an unplayable mulch of a game that ruins all of its characters and is on the Kinect, so it's an automatic
Yeah,
trash.
that's a contender.
But it's not quite worthy of Dumb Stinky Doo Doo Fart here. Sonic Colors Ultimate, literally harmful to its players.
Yeah.
But was it harmful to the entire franchise? I would argue
No. I mean, this was an anniversary game as well.
true. However, Olympics.
No.
It's one of the fucking Olympic games.
That's
It's the
just
worst
me.
One of them.
It's just the worst one, and it's just kind of disappointing. Honestly,
06?
it's probably not even worthy of E tier. In fact, put it at the top of E tier. Keep it in E, but put it at the top of E. This is just by virtue of being the worst
Yes.
Olympic game.
06?
It made me buy Wii Motion Plus.
06, the game that killed the respect for the Sonic game franchise and led to a lot of jokes and memes and just bad things that have rippled through the franchise to the modern day.
It was definitely harmful, but
but
people
the
have come around to
soundtrack
it.
is fucking killer.
And the soundtrack is fi.
Sonic Blast, objectively the worst of the old platformer games. Objectively the worst. But it's not quite the killer.
No. I mean, people
Underground.
hardly even remember this game.
True. Underground, it's just really fucking stupid and bad.
Yeah.
A cash grab that takes the worst aspects of both of the cartoons that came before it and slaps them together, holding them in one piece through spit and twigs and hope.
Yeah.
And the hope isn't very strong.
Nope.
Sonic Drift 1, the worst racing game.
It's
Just
just
hands
unnecessary.
down. Unnecessary, barely playable, and you're honestly like 20 feet down the road. Sonic Superstars, an absolute fucking embarrassment of what 2D Sonic can and should be. With god-awful music, but not quite.
No,
the
it's not the worst in the series. I just viscerally hate it because of what it put me through.
As you should. And Sonic Shuffle,
Sonic Shuffle's just
it's fucking Sonic Shuffle. It's
we don't need to be theatrical with
an
Sonic Shuffle.
An indecipherable mess of jank gameplay mechanics, terrible mini games, and board design that makes me want to tear the hair out of my arsehole.
But in a twisted way, it can provide enjoyment to the people who play it.
No, it can provide enjoyment to the people watching other people play it.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But I think you can guess, from what we've already said, what's going in Dumb Stinky Doo Doo Fart tier.
Yeah.
Sonic Chronicles, a game that ruined every single character within it, warped them beyond recognition in some ways that still, in some way, shape or form, ripple out to the modern day.
Oh yeah, to this day.
God-awful music, god-awful gameplay, god-awful cutscenes, god-awful plot, and it killed the Archie Sonic franchise, the Archie Sonic comic series, as it was, dead in the water, striking away so many characters that stand amongst some of the greats of this franchise.
It certainly didn't do BioWare any favours.
And it certainly didn't do BioWare any favours.
Sonic Chronicles.
Sonic
you are
Chronicles,
henceforth the worst thing Sonic has put his name to.
and you shall forever be known as the sole member of dumb stinky doo-doo fart tier. Piss
Honestly, I'm kind of
yourself.
surprised, but
I'm not. And then back
But
up
now, let's put
to
a
the
smile
top.
on our faces.
Let's end this on a positive note.
Because as we all know, Sonic can be good. He just needs to try. And these are the times when he tried.
And succeeded.
And indeed succeeded.
So our contenders, we have Sonic 3, which is not going to be going into peak tier, sadly, because its full version, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, stands right next to it. The absolute pinnacle of the old games. The greatest amongst them.
The culmination of everything that came before.
Precisely. Next to it, the Sonic OVA. Weird, silly, a bit stupid at times, but charming in all of it. And, of course, the home of the greatest depiction of Metal Sonic. Hands down, full stop, no question.
Long as you cover your ears at the end.
As long as you cover your ears at the end for a little bit. Sonic Mania. The return to form that Sega have been trying and trying and trying to create.
And it was made by
decades beforehand.
fans.
It was made by fans, but in my mind, that really shows the dedication that can be created to something that seems so innocuous and silly.
This game is the embodiment of the phrase, let's see you do better. And the fans did do better.
And the fans did do better.
And Sonic
in
deserves
some
better.
metrics. In some metrics, it wasn't the great. It wasn't objectively the greatest thing known to mankind. There are other things on this list that can contend.
Yes, but as it stands, it is arguably, objectively speaking, the best Sonic game. But again, this is about objective quality.
I would say it is distinctly the best 2D game. Unless you're really biased towards Hypersonic like I am.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That's a me thing. Sonic Adventure. The first foray into 3D, often... Well, not the first foray technically, but one of the first into true 3D, often claimed to be a shoddy game with bad controls. But...
If it was so bad, then how did it sell the Dreamcast?
How did it sell the Dreamcast? How did it keep Sonic alive on his own home console long enough to create a sequel for itself? And also, it is just a good game.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we even consider it good enough to stand above its sequel speaks to just how great we think it is.
Precisely.
Whenever I watch any video ranking Sonic games, they always rank Sonic Adventure 2 over the original. Well, maybe not always. I can think of one or two exceptions, but it's commonly accepted that Adventure 2 is better than Adventure 1. Yet here we stand with one in S tier and one in A.
And technically, the one in S tier is also in A, but
Yeah, well,
worse version.
That's more less of a fault.
Sonic Colours DS. A game that it's quite the underdog because it's obviously overshadowed by its, I was about to say HD, its 3D cousin.
Its SD counterpart.
Its standard definition counterpart, but it is the ultimate evolution of the Rush formula with great level design, great gameplay, and brilliant character interactions that allow it to shine, I'd say, much, much brighter than the Wii version.
Oh, absolutely. There's no contest.
The Sonic Boom cartoon. The greatest of the Sonic cartoons, because it is just a bunch of cheese. It's a bunch of dry humour, and Sonic's kind of a prick. And I love that about it.
And maybe not every episode hits a home run, but you've got to admit there's a part in every episode that'll make you laugh.
You're gonna laugh at least once every time. Sonic Generations. Let's be real, it's just here for the gameplay. It's just here for the gameplay and the music, that's about it. But the gameplay is killer.
A true celebration of Sonic's 20th anniversary, showing that they do in fact understand what Sonic is all about.
Or did. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, a very non-standard game that just... It's a fun time interacting with these characters we've spent so much time with.
And it shows you that the creators do in fact understand what Sonic should be all about.
The gameplay, a little simple in places. In fact, the whole gameplay is relatively simple, but it's not about the gameplay, this one. It's about the characters and just having a lot of fun in this world. And Sonic Frontiers. The latest main game, we're not counting Dream Team as a main game, it's...
Or Superstars.
Fuck Superstars. But a glimmering ray of hope for the franchise moving forward, for what it can be from here to the future, as opposed to anything relating to what it has been. Although, there were a lot of callbacks to what it has been.
Yes. It rose from the ashes of what came before to show us what can be.
And hopefully Sega learned the right lessons.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. But now then, we
now
must make a difficult
decide
decision.
Which of these shall stand above the rest? Which of these 9 games, because again, Sonic 3 isn't going up there, Sonic 3 and Knuckles would in its place, but which of these 9 pieces of media, I forgot about the cartoon in the earlier, which of these 9 things will be moving up from S tier to be the peak of Sonic the Hedgehog? Mason, what are your thoughts?
For me, it's between Mania, Adventure, and Generations. I love 3 and Knuckles, but I do think that I think Mania is just more well-rounded than 3 and Knuckles.
That is understandable. So it's between Mania, SA1, and Generations for you, yes?
Yes.
Well, I would say that makes things a little complicated. Because here's my thoughts. 3 and Knuckles, very strong contender.
Yes, it is a very strong
contender. Primarily through my own bias, if I'm
That's
being
fair
honest.
enough.
But through that bias, I must acknowledge, yeah, it's not the best 2D Sonic game. Because of the 2D games. Mania is right there, to be fair.
Yeah.
The OVA, it's great, but it's a little too weird.
Yeah. It was never going to top the list.
There. It was never going to top the list.
But we're glad you're here.
We're glad it's here, and we're glad it made it this far, but sadly it's not going into peak tier. Mania, I love it. I love it to death. But I don't think that... But unfortunately, there are 2 things that hold it back for me.
Go on.
The first is the fact that while yes, it is an amazing game, I think it also helped to teach Sega some more bad lessons. Rehash more stages.
You could say the same of Generations.
Stages. I very much can and will say the same.
I think I see where this is going.
Generations.
But please continue.
But it taught Sega some bad lessons on rehashing old things, bringing out the old toys from the box and never playing with any of the new ones. And for as much as I cannot blame the people who made the game for this, because this was a mandate from outside, its association to forces makes it very painful to try and put in peak tier, so I cannot.
That's fair enough.
Sonic Adventure 1, it is a great game.
Yes.
But if nothing else, but I have to acknowledge that a significant part of what brought it this high is my nostalgia for it.
And I think there's also a fair amount of spite on my half. It's kind of like a weird reverse bizarro spite where I actually like the game more than other people do.
Spite against spite.
Yes.
A lot of
Spite
what
for
brought it
spite's
here.
sake.
A lot of what brought Adventure here was a backlash to the backlash and a lot of nostalgia.
Yeah.
Which does mean I can't bring myself to put it into peak tier because it's just... It's an old game. It's older than I am.
That's
It's
why
an
it's in
game.
need of a remake.
It's in need of a remake. If it had a remake, that remake would likely end up in peak tier if they did it right. If they actually remade
Yes.
the game and didn't
Yeah.
Colours Ultimate it. But
That'll be
a
the day.
worry for another day. Colours DS, I love you, but you were never
Yeah,
a
it's not
contender
gonna
for
be
peak. You weren't a contender for peak.
But it's a
You
great
were-
game nonetheless.
It was a great game, but it's not a contender for peak. The Boom cartoon, another case where it's
Yeah.
brilliant, but it was never going to be peak.
No.
It's too meta,
Yeah.
and it is
It
more
doesn't hit all the
encouragement. It doesn't hit all the time, and it is more encouragement of the
meta humor.
humor, which in Boom it works great, but Sega keeps bleeding it into the main series, and it just it ruins
And that
it.
doesn't work.
And my reasons for holding back Mania and my reason for holding back Boom are both mixed and compounded in generations.
Yes, that's fair.
So I can't bring myself to put that up. And Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is fun, but it's another one where I don't think it was ever a contender for peak.
No.
And you can see once again, audience, that there's really only one conclusion left.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen,
consider this the peak of our spite. Maybe it's not the best Sonic game, but it's the one that makes us feel the best. We are putting Sonic Frontiers at the top of this list, and you can go fuck yourselves.
I feel like most of the people who have watched this far will, at the very least, understand this, to be fair. It is the game that... It renewed the hope for this franchise. It has... Because what I said before, I mean 100%. When this game was coming out, the way things were looking, I was 100% ready to, if the game still sucked shit, just drop it all. Just forget this little
It was
blue,
all or
blue
nothing.
rat. Just forget this little blue rat ever existed, and fuck off to find something else to hyperfixate on for the rest of my days.
Yeah.
But Sonic Frontiers just absolutely saved it.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking saved it. And let's not lie to ourselves here. The fucking boss theme slap
Oh my god.
so hard.
The music in
So
Frontiers is
hard.
just beautiful.
It
It's either
don't
serene and
mix.
beautiful, dubstep, or rock beauty.
Well, the dubstep is a bit shit, but the fucking
different structure, different
boss theme, it don't miss.
It don't miss at all, and that's why it's at the top of the
Don't
list.
miss, and that's what gets it to peak tier, baby.
I hate to wrap this up hastily, but as we know, Sonic always has to go fast, and I need to go and have dinner. So,
Indeed. Right, well, we've done just about everything for the video, so
yes, indeed we have.
if you liked this video, hit that like button. If you very much like this video and want to see more like it, hit that subscribe button. We upload episodes of Reading Homestuck, our primary series every Monday or Tuesday, depending on your time zone, and we upload other things on Thursdays or Fridays, again, depending on your time zone. And comment below if you like this video, if you think it was a fun time, because we might do more like this.
If you think we were fair to the games, it is most important, because obviously our opinions are going to be different to
And if
yours.
you think we were unfair to the games, comment that as well, please.
Yes.
I like engagement.
We'd like to know, because maybe there were some games that we judged harshly or were perhaps too
Yes.
lenient on, but again, this does lean more towards subjective rather than the
Well,
objective.
this is
as I
fully
say,
subjective.
if
We're
this
not
was an
objective
objective
people.
tier list, then Frontiers would be in B. But no, this is about how we feel.
Yeah. If you want an objective, like, ranking of things, go on fucking Metacritic. What are you doing here? Just fuck... What? But yeah, if you want to see more tier lists of things, our opinions on stuff, let us know, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, we'll
'Cause we-
see about doing this.
Once upon a time, we did do a Sonic characters tier list, but we weren't recording it, and I don't think we could recreate that magic.
No, we can't recreate that.
We were
The
all
spark-
half asleep when we made that.
The spark is lost. The spark is lost. Also, if you want to see anyone else get involved in tier lists, fucking let us know as well. Just let us know your opinions on this.
Yeah.
Because this
T-
is
tell
very
us-
much
tell
an
us
experiment.
everything.
This is very much a 4.5 hour long experiment.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
We have been here the entire afternoon. The sun has set. Yes.
My family's
you can
getting worried
also-
about me. They need to know that I'm
somebody,
alright.
somebody has already checked to see if I am dead.
Yeah, my
In a
mum did
sense,
knock on the
I
door
am.
and look inside and be like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just recording, so please."
In
All
a
the behind the
sense,
scenes
I
for me.
am dead. But, yes, you can also follow me on Tumblr, where I do things sometimes. As I said in the previous video that we recorded, please send asks if you want. You know, send asks, shit posts at me, just do whatever. Interact freely over there. I need something to do. You can also follow my friend June on her Tumblr and Instagram. She uploads stuff there. At the current moment, she will be at MegaCon, but by the time you see this, she will have already returned. Yeah. And you can also follow my other friend Arthur on Twitch. He streams. That's the end of the sentence, I guess.
Yep, he certainly streams.
He streams.
And I don't
occasion.
have anything that you can follow, so if you had intended to, please use that energy to leave a comment down below or follow my other friends on their various thingamajigs. Just please support us. We've been here for 4.5 hours talking about Sonic things.
We've been
This
here.
is dedication.
Please
we've
reward
our
been here for
dedication.
4.5 hours. We've been here on YouTube for nearly 3 years.
Oh yeah, no, I mean of course.
Well, I have. And
Don't let this be the turning point. Let
Mason's
this
been
be
here for like
enough more fuel to the fire.
But yes, we will see you in the next video. Later.
Gotta go fast.
Hee hee ha ha.